hii kwenye kitabu pale kwenye VC's office. Akija sherehe itakuwa inaanza rasmi. Tutakuwa tukianza na wimbo wa taifa. Tutasimama wima, tutavua kofia ambazo sio za kiserikali wala kidini. Wimbo wa taifa ni wimbo wetu. Ningeomba sisi sote tuimbe pamoja tukiwa tumefurahia. So please let us have order when the CJ comes in. She'll come through here. Kila mtu asimame. Wimbo wa taifa ukianza na maombi, vile vile nitaomba kwamba uwe umetoa kofia kama sio rasmi ya kiserikali ama kidini. Asante DJ.
Ayana gila nyanga ya Okay, so we are getting ready to usher in our Chief Justice. Na nilikuwa nachukua scores on the best people wenye wanajua kudance, si ndio? Na hata nyinyi mmeona ni wagani? Masai. So I request all the Masais to line up there. They'll be ushering the Chief Justice this particular morning in a song. Yeah! So let them line up. The ladies, please. Kama umejua umevaa beads. Ngoja kidogo. Kama unajua umevaa beads. Enda upractice hapo, usikuje ukiconfuse mguu. Ni pole tu hivi, usijirushe. Unaona tu pole. Hapa hakuna kikamba. Unaona vile kamba imeconfuse watu hapa. So pole. So kama unajua umevaa beads in a Masai way, red in color, yeah, the color of power. So they line up there, they'll be able to usher in our Chief Justice in style. Amen. It's our cultural day. We have to celebrate AJS culture. Hashtag AJS, hashtag people-centered justice, and hashtag culture and innovation. Hata mimi nimejaribu ku-innovate. You know, I don't come from this side, lakini leo nimejaribu ku-innovate. So that when you meet me in the streets, we'll be talking about Dallas, yeah? We don't talk about Mangondo. Asanteni. Thank you. So we're just setting up and getting ready for the Chief Justice. Thank you.
I am a
kidogo. Naomba tutulie kidogo. Let us have some order please. Tutulie kidogo, tumpatie mgeni wetu wa heshima wakati rais akija hapa mbele. Yes, you can play the music, yes. Naomba sote tusimame wima sasa. Tuweze kumkaribisha kwa makofi mazuri mgeni wetu wa heshima wa siku ya leo. Tutazidi kusimama mpaka pale nitakapowaelekeza. Let's move in. Your seat for you here. VC, ambassadors, tuko na viti vyenu hapa juu. The protocol team, tafadhali nisaidieni kuwaleta wageni wetu hapa mbele. Kama nilivyokuwa nimetangaza, kama kuna kofia ambayo sio ya kirasmi, naomba uivue sasa kwa heshima ya wimbo wa taifa na wimbo wa Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki. Wimbo wa taifa.
Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike, umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu.
Tukiwa tumezidi kusimama, ningetaka kumwalika yule ambaye alikuwa anatuongoza kwa maombi aweze kuja hapa mbele kwa kipindi kifupi cha maombi. Maombi tafadhali.
God, our Creator, the Father, of Abraham, Jacob, and Isaac, we stand before you acknowledging that your mercies are new every day. And so, as we start this occasion, we ask for your guidance, we ask for your presence, we ask for all that you have for us for this day. Give us peace and harmony. And so may the Lord keep and take care of you. May the Lord make his face to shine upon us all here. May the Lord lift up his countenance upon us and give us peace this day here in this hall under this tent, right to the end of the day. In the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Kwa ruhusa yako Jaji Mkuu, tunaweza kupata viti vyetu.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. I'm neither Rose nor Emily. For those of you who have the program, you can see the master of ceremony should be either of the two ladies. Unfortunately, they couldn't make it, so I've been asked to stand in for them. My name is Duncan Okello. I work with the judiciary and also affiliated with the Kenya Law Reform Commission, presently representing the Chief Justice in that commission. Now, this is the opening ceremony. Honorable Chief Justice of the Republic of Kenya, Justice Martha Koome, Judge of the Supreme Court of Kenya, Justice Dr. Smokin Wanjala, who is also the Director of the Kenya Judiciary Academy, judges of the High Court, and many are represented here, judges of the Environment and Land Court, led by their principal judge, Justice Angote, who is up here, judges of the Employment and Labor Relations, magistrates, judicial staff, partners of various types and gradations, members of the academy, members of the National Council on the Administration of Justice, steering committee members of the AJS, the steering committee and members of the steering committee members of the AJS, members of the various elder formations that are leading the AJS processes. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning once again. Let me take this opportunity to welcome all of you to this second edition of the AJS National Conference. Honorable Chief Justice, in this meeting, you have about 500 delegates from all over the country and other parts of the world, particularly the African continent. We have people from Lamu, Eldoret, Kisumu, Isiolo, Nakuru, and so on and so forth. Places you've visited only recently. I remember you were in Lamu not too long ago, about 2 months ago. You were in Kisumu last week, and Sia as well. So these are areas that are very familiar to you. And we also have amidst us, as I mentioned, various stakeholders, church, the Muslim faith are here, county government are here, the provincial administration is here, and so on and so forth. So it's a beautiful, to borrow words that were used yesterday by Wasomi like Ngugi, it's a beautiful tapestry of Kenyans in their various formations. And we would like to thank the steering committee for putting this together the second time round. We had the privilege of hearing from the governor of Narok, of Kajiado, His Excellency Ole Lenku, yesterday, who gave the keynote address. And I know, Chief Justice, again, you are in Kajiado to open the new Kajiado court, which is very modern, and also to launch the AJS process in that county. So the returns on that investment were presented yesterday, and it is a very good outlook that we've seen coming from Kajiado. It fortifies the argument underlying AJS that this is a viable model for resolving disputes that are intractable and that are disturbing the communities. So this morning, we have about 11 speakers before the Chief Justice officially opens the conference. And these are partners, strategic partners that have engaged the AJS process. And I'll be calling them out in turn to make their brief remarks as we crescendo towards your official statement. And without much further ado, I would like to first invite our host, Professor Leo Mwendwa, who is the Vice Chancellor Designate, Tangaza University. Reverend Professor Leo Mwendwa, welcome.
So, Honorable Chief Justice and President of the Supreme Court of Kenya, Justice Martha Karambu Koome, the Honorable Justice Joe Ngugi, Professor, Judge of the Court of Appeal in Kisumu, and Chair of Alternative Justice Systems, National Steering Committee, ladies and gentlemen, allowing me to adopt all the protocols as established, good morning. Honorable Chief Justice, as Tangaza University College, we are greatly honored by your presence in our campus, and may I express our sincere welcome to you and your delegation from the Judiciary of Kenya and all the other invited guests. This gathering here marks the second year of AJS convention at Tangaza University College. As Honorable Justice Joe Ngugi remarked to me yesterday morning, Tangaza University College has indeed become the home of alternative justice system. Madam Chief Justice, many of us have been keenly following the orientation of your judicial philosophy and your vision for the justice system you want, and we are happy to observe that your keenness to a socially transformative social justice system is unmistakable. This orientation aligns itself squarely with our values and our commitment at Tangaza University College. At Tangaza, ladies and gentlemen, social transformation is our thing, so to speak. Whether we are training theologians, teachers, journalists, social entrepreneurs, counseling psychologists, or business actors, social transformation as a learning outcome is at the center of our pedagogical methods. Justice as a philosophical and legal concept is the task and the aspiration that takes most of your time, Madam Chief Justice. But if you look keenly, you will surprisingly realize that the task would not have been that hard if men and women were inwardly transformed as individuals and as a society of human beings. It is no wonder that St. Paul, in his letter to the Galatians, chapter 5, 22 to 23, he says, that those unmated by the spirit of love, goodness, and faithfulness have no need for law. The social transformation that we seek is one that appeals to the hearts of men and women to recognize that the good and well-being of the other human beings is their business. Alternative justice system seeks to harness this approach in context that sounds and feels familiar to the people and ipso facto trustworthy. This approach helps to midwife a positive change in the entire society, thus protecting and enhancing human dignity. My lady, in a judicial strategy that pursues social transformation and cultivation of our humanity, as the AJS program is seeking to do, you would be shocked at the drastic reduction of cases that come before your courts. Indeed, there can be no better theoretical framework for alternative justice systems outside of social transformation. It may not surprise you then, my Lady Chief Justice, that Tangaza University College is the only university in Kenya with an institute that focuses on social transformation, that we call the Institute of Social Transformation, under the directorship of our very able Reverend Dr. Jonas there. It is good to recognize that as a fraternity of Tangaza University College, we have been friends with this initiative, and some of our members like Brother Jonas and Dr. Steve have been working with the steering committee. And as a university, we are happy that Justice Ngugi, you have appointed Dr. Okoth to serve as one of the vice chairs of the steering committee. If it pleases you, my lady, we are ready to work with you as a university to develop a social transformation curriculum for your judicial officers. And in conclusion, thank you very much. In conclusion, allow me then, on behalf of the University Council, to welcome you again to our campus and to wish you a very fruitful and transformative conference. Asanteni sana.
Thank you very much, Professor. Honorable Chief Justice, if you haven't heard the words pedagogical, theoretical framework, then you haven't talked to a university. And the thing about this steering committee, that it has a PhD per capita that is frightening. The chair is a PhD, the vice chair is PhD, you have Dr. Masha, PhD, it's overseen by who? Dr. Sergon, PhD, Professor Winnie, PhD. But they are talking about local issues. And they are communicating. And that is the beauty of this process. That what Joel called yesterday, the false binary between theory and practice. Kizungu mingi iliongelea hapa jana. It's my pleasure to welcome the Vice President of FIDA. Is it? Yes, Christine Guku. Welcome. No pedagogical.
The Honorable Martha Koome, Chief Justice of the Republic of Kenya and President of the Supreme Court, Honorable Professor Joel Ngugi, Court of Appeal Judge and Chair of the National Steering Committee on Implementation of AJS, Honorable Judges of the High Court present, Honorable Magistrates present, Development Partners present, Alternative Justice System practitioners and champions from across Kenya, our beloved country, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. The Federation of Women Lawyers, FIDA Kenya, is a non-profit, non-partisan, and non-governmental membership organization committed to the creation of a society that is free from all forms of discrimination against women through provision of legal aid, psychosocial support, women's rights advocacy, education, and referral. Madam Chief Justice, based on this mandate that FIDA Kenya has over the years engaged with the alternative justice system, informed by knowledge of the crucial role they play in delivering justice to local communities, we acknowledge the existence of the vibrant alternative justice system networks that create visibility and build confidence of community members in AJS to address emerging issues relating to access to justice, including the place of culture and the place of innovation. It is indeed a great honor to be part of this year's conference as we, together with other actors in these spaces, explore and take stock of AJS practices, culture, and innovation in accelerating social transformation through access to justice is one of our key mandates as FIDA Kenya. Ladies and gentlemen, we agree that Article 48 of the Constitution of Kenya guarantees access to justice for all persons. But unfortunately, the justice seekers, who is the marginalized woman in FIDA's access to justice, still grapples with questions, still grapples with access, still grapples with sanctity of the alternative justice system within the community areas. Women, in all their diversities, do voluntarily submit themselves to the AJS process, and these are women that we work with in FIDA. Our role as practitioners is to guarantee their safety and ensure they draw justice from the temple of justice, and not all are protected from violation of their rights as women in Kenya. FIDA Kenya has worked with autonomous AJS structures in most parts of this country to deliver gender justice for women. We take pride that we've done this for the last 38 years of our existence in our beloved country. And we've taken into account the cultural diversity. We have consistently advocated for gender and mainstreaming in Council of Elders who we've been working with. And we've held community dialogues with these community elders, increasing community support for promoting agency and promoting their autonomy. We have also implemented capacity building. We have held exchange programs with Council of Elders from various parts of our country, allowing them to meet from one county to another. We've reviewed meetings to help them take stock, to help them see the gaps of what they can do better. And we've partnered with like-minded organizations in terms of civil society in fostering accountability. As an organization, we affirm that indeed alternative justice system is a key component in accelerating social transformation and is meant to create an avenue that ultimately will transform the deep-rooted cultural practices that are inconsistent with the Constitution and further expand avenues for seeking justice for Wanjiko, seeking justice for Chebet, seeking justice for Achieng, seeking justice for all women within the community. FIDA Kenya is today proud to be part of an effective strategy that will act as an intervention to respond to the increasingly high demand for AJS. We need to actualize and we need to give life to Article 159 2C of the Constitution and further create the much desired multi-door approach to access to justice. My institution is privileged to be part of the ANSCII AJS charged with implementation, and I am a committee member proudly associated with Justice Joel Ngugi to implement the AJS policy, and with us take this opportunity to call upon all stakeholders in the justice chain to support this initiative beyond improving access to justice, to increase accountability and foster partner for the gender justice system. Finally, as I conclude, most importantly, I call upon the practitioners to enhance public trust. The elders in this room today, you must ensure that you enhance public trust in the amicable out-of-court dispute resolution that will go a long way in enhancing access to justice to our women in Kenya. FIDA, through our development partners, reiterates our commitment to support the full implementation of the AJS Policy 2020, and we offer our unwavering support in converting and recruiting alternative justice system champions in Kenya and beyond. Thank you for gracing this occasion, And we look forward to having fruitful deliberations. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Fida. Honorable CJ, I have nothing to add or tell you about FIDA because you served as the chair for 2 consecutive terms. Now, let me invite the next speaker, the IDLO country representative, Madam Teresa Mugaza. IDLO has been a strong supporter. Initiated way back from 2012 when we were getting started the transformation program, and it has continued to partner with us, and we want to thank IDLO for that support. And earlier I do you. The Council of Zimbabwe, but I know she understands.
I don't think I did. Translation coming. Thank you very much. The Honorable CJ, the Chief Justice of the Republic of Kenya, Lady Justice Martha Koome, the Executive Director of the Kenya Judiciary Academy, Dr. Smoky Mwanjala, the Chairperson of the Steering Committee on AJS, Honorable Professor Joel Ngugi. Please allow me to adopt the already established protocols because I think Duncan did a very good job of that. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, I'm Jambo. I'm privileged to be a part of this second AJS conference. And I'll tell you why I say I'm privileged. As Duncan has said, I think the AJS journey is a journey that IDLO has partnered with the judiciary over a couple of years. So seeing us come to a second annual conference, I think is a significant step for which I think the committee deserves applause. Congratulations, Professor Ngugi. As you know, the IDLO is committed to advancing the rule of law. And I wish to acknowledge and appreciate all the AJS actors here present, including justice seekers. We have been, as I said, a champion for access to justice for all, especially for vulnerable communities. IDLO prides itself in advancing the rule of law. And one of the key things that we promote is SDG 16. And as you know, SDG 16 goal number 16.3 says equal justice for all. So when we participate and support AJS initiatives, we are really facilitating access to justice for all. Our vision converges with the Judiciary Strategic Plan and, more importantly, the Chief Justice's vision of social transformation through access to justice. Staged objectives to champion reform initiatives and interventions aimed at enhancing focus on people-centered justice delivery lays the foundation for enhanced delivery of justice through AJS. The preamble of the Constitution of Kenya highlights the importance of the ethnic, cultural, and religious diversity of Kenyan society. These values are integral for communities to live in peace and unity as one indivisible sovereign nation and are key in governance structures. Before the introduction of the formal justice systems, as we know, different communities that lived in Kenya had their own systems for addressing issues and mechanisms of justice. With over 40 ethnic communities that practice different cultures, the question of customary and traditional justice mechanisms becomes crucial in addressing access to justice for Kenyans. It is important to state that formal justice systems are not able to carry the full burden of the justice needs for justice seekers. Continuous surveys that have been done across the world consistently show that the formal justice system is not fully able to carry the burden of access to justice. And this is true also for Kenya. While precise data is difficult to discern, recurring estimates from Kenya, done both by KJA and I think Hill a couple of years ago, show that between 80 to 90% of legal disputes in Kenya are resolved using customary, traditional, and informal justice mechanisms. Statistics have shown that about 15% of the world's societal disputes make it to the court system. This means that over 80% of disputes are handled informally or through alternative justice system, therefore enhancing or enforcing the Chief Justice's vision for multiple doors to access to justice. Against this background, it is imperative that customary and traditional and informal justice mechanisms be recognized and accepted as long as they are not repugnant to justice and morality. AJS is versatile. And not only is it versatile, but it is also context applicable. It considers nuances that might otherwise be missed in formal justice systems and also is easily accessible. Thus, conversations on AJS must involve all, the youth, religious minorities, and other vulnerable persons. I was glad this morning to notice that even the youth have become part and engaged in the AJS discussion. Most Kenyans still use AJS to solve their conflicts. It is therefore important for AJS to be given its place as envisaged under Article 159(2) of the Constitution. To improve the scope and quality of justice systems, it is important to understand the variety of actors and mechanisms that exist outside the formal system for resolution of disputes. This, in turn, can be used to reduce the burden on the court systems, thus strengthening linkages between formal and injustice systems rather than replacing reliance on courts. And Madam Chief Justice, at this point, I would really like to applaud the judiciary for the position it's taken to create platforms for engagement between the formal and informal justice systems, in particular through the court users committees. And I see a number of elders represented this morning. I know that a number of you have become participants in the court users committees, which are a good platform for creating those linkages. As this AJS is the second conference, it is noteworthy that CIJs, which are part of AJS, exhibit different characteristics from their former state counterparts. AJS tends to place emphasis on restorative justice and procedures that are procedures and consent-based solutions, which, of course, is important for AJS. AJS should therefore not be considered a feasible alternative to formal justice, but rather a parallel and equally important way to access justice. The relevance and prevalence of AJS requires that they be included in any discussion on access to justice in order to realize effective, accountable, and inclusive institutions at all levels. Engaging with CIJs presents many challenges due to their widespread diversity and unique features. A key dilemma, and I think FIDA already expressed that, a key dilemma that we face with CIJs is that there is potential for traditional practices to cause harm. Or to participate in processes that abrogate the rights of persons. However, even this challenge is not insurmountable, hence the need for forums such as the AJS conference to address issues that ensure that justice is dispensed in ways that promote human rights and also to infuse innovations. As the IDLO, I would like to say that we are actually proud to have partnered in the last 2 years with the Council of Elders in beginning to look at how do we infuse rights-based approaches to the dispensation of justice in customary and informal justice mechanisms. And I'm proud to say that we have seen some changes. I know that FIDA spoke for the need to mainstream gender, and again, I would also like to say that we have seen progress, my Lady Chief Justice, in the way that the Council of Elders has been addressing gender mainstreaming. When I first met the Akikuyu elders at the Njurunjeke, when I first met them 2 years ago, there were no women in Njurunjeke, but I was proud to meet them again in Meru 2 months ago, and I saw that they've incorporated women. We were also together with the Luo Council of Elders 2 weeks ago, actually, my lady, when we launched the courts in Western Kenya. And again, I was proud to see that we are beginning to see the participation of women, a bit on the sidelines, but they are slowly coming into the conversation. And I think that is very, very important. Finally, my lady, I'd just like to say that this is a pet subject of mine. The tendency of AJS is that we tend to focus on the customary and traditional justice systems. So we see a lot of the elders. But I'm glad to see that the theme for this year speaks to culture and innovation. So while it is true that customary and traditional mechanisms comprise the bulk of what we know as AJS, I think it is also important for us to discuss that it would be an anomaly not to look at other faces of AJS. So I'm looking at innovations, I'm looking at developments in communities, and thinking, for example, about the role that religious leaders can play, about the role, for example, of Nyumba Kumi leaders can play, and other community leaders that we live with, because we did say that culture is innovation. So as it innovates, and we're not necessarily bound in traditional rural communities, how do we also facilitate access to justice in those not so rural communities, but also in the urban setup? My lady, I would like to say that IDLO remains committed to supporting AJS, as we have for the last couple of years. We see that there is value in supporting innovation, including technical innovation in alternative justice systems. So we are currently partnering with the Kenya Council of Elders to see how we can also support technological innovations, including setting up systems to begin to collate decision-making or jurisprudence from the Council of Elders. We remain committed also to support other innovations from the committee. I know that Professor John Ngugi has always said that we partner on the big things, and we remain committed and present to support. I heard a whisper somewhere about possible policy and legislation recommendations, and we'll be happy to have a discussion further. With those few remarks, my lady, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam Professor. The translation that you're looking for is in your final remarks. With those many remarks, we beg to continue supporting. Yes. Thank you very much. Now let's invite UNODC. Charity Kagwe. UNODC has also been a very big supporter of the judiciary, supporting the PLEAD project, helped us construct the Shanzu Law Courts in Mombasa, the Kahawa Law Courts, otherwise known as Committee, in Nairobi. Round of applause for Charity as she gets to
Honorable Chief Justice, I beg to adopt the protocols already set up by Duncan, and just to recognize everybody that is here. And it's amazing to see the color that is here today, just showing the color of Africa and the color of Kenya. UNODC, as Duncan said, has been a proud partner of AJS. We began the journey of AJS with the PLEAD 1 project, and we have seen it roll out as a success, seeing it not just as a success in our community, but we've also gone to international forums in which AJS Kenya has been seen as one of the standards that is showing that Africa has got to tell its own story, that Africa has its own ways of resolving issues, and that formal justice systems which were brought in through the colonial times do have their place, but Africans still have their place in their traditions, in their culture, things that look at reconciliation, things that look at reintegration and winning the person back. I want to say that Africa, and Kenya in particular, we look at what is known as Ubuntu. Our form of reconciliation looks at the community at large, saying, I am because you are, and because you are, therefore I am. And so, as I see this gathering, and I really want to praise the work that Justice Ngugi has done, and all the other PhD holders in your team. I must admit that it's been a bit daunting when we meet the team of very educated people, and they have to also educate us, but they have managed to educate us. And we look at it and say, Africa has got to take its place. African justice system has got to take its place in the world system. We know the ways in which we are able to reconcile our communities. And so, again, I want to really just second what my colleague from IDLO has said, that indeed we have to look at the strengths and the weaknesses, just like they are in other systems. The strengths that we as Africans have in reconciliation, in looking at areas that need support, but also the challenges that sometimes face us with those who are vulnerable, and they face us in all spheres of life. So as I see you sitting here, I see people who will champion the growing innovation. AJS, as Professor Ngugi has always told us, is not something static. It's something that grows and faces the society and the community that we are going through. So as PLEAD, which is the Program of Legal Empowerment and Aid Delivery, we've been so proud to partner with the AJS committee. We've done work when it came to the development of the AJS policy and framework. We had a lot of discussions during that time in which I had lessons from Justice Ngugi, exactly how this fitted in, and this was, we had lessons of learning, that this is the way forward. We also have continued to support and stand as a support system to the AJS task force on many of their meetings, in which these professors have come up with great ideas and great innovations. We also continue to support them in the first AJS conference, and also in this particular conference, we continue to support, and we pledge our continued support. Because the PLEAD program looks at ways in which we can reduce prison populations. Again, going back to traditional times, there were no prisons in our African systems. Prisons is a colonial concept which has also been seen not to be the best way in which we reintegrate and get people back into society. So when we look at the African system, we say, how can we really look at what we are now, a modern society, but also a society that needs to meet the needs of Goal 16. Goal 16 that was set by the Family of Nations, that it is indeed our goal that we should live in peaceful communities. And one of the ways, apologies, this is my Africa earring that just fell off. But ways in which we are able to understand that Goal 16 can only be met when we really own our own story as an African continent. Our own story should not be told by others, should not be addressed by others. It should be addressed and led by ourselves. And for that, I really, really congratulate this team, and of course the leadership of the Chief Justice with her multi-door approach to justice. I want to really talk about some African proverbs that look at what the AJS committee is doing. And we know that Africa, we work with proverbs. So I will use the words of a proverb that says, a chattering bird builds no nest. In other words, there is no beauty but the beauty of action. And for this action that is being propagated by the judiciary, led by the judiciary, but I think also when we see the Chief Justice here leading with the NCAJ and drawing all the other partners within the justice sector to understand that this is one of the ways in which we will be able to solve the issues that are facing our community. So for that, I thank you all for the action that you're doing. We continue to support you. PLEAD 2 is going to be part of the ways in which we continue to support you. And thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you, Charity. You're about to do a jig for that final statement. Yes. But I want to ask a judge who comes from the law community to translate this proverb, talking of proverbs. Tintin okumidekre. Or Apoyo Tinto Gorude. Who wants to take that? The AJS spirit. I don't want to raise Judge Silva. She's real but speaks very fluent Luo. But this may be too deep. What does that mean? And Chemite, please don't try. I know you also have a muttering of the language.
Let me try, but Jadongo will assist. It means don't underestimate a tiny person, because a tiny person can actually move mountains like an ant.
Charity, you may be small but you move mountains. It's my pleasure now to invite Mr. William Kimanthi, who is the chair of the National Legal Aid Service Board. It's taken years to create this, and we are glad that it is now alive. The man in red.
The Honorable Chief Justice of the Republic of Kenya and the President of the Supreme Court, the Honorable Justice Joel Ngugi, Chairperson of the National Steering Committee on AJS. Allow me also to adopt all the other protocols. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today I stand here as an actor of justice and a promoter of alternative justice system. I'll tell you why. I belong to the organization that the MC has mentioned, the National Legal Aid Service. When I was appointed a few months ago, I got a lot of calls from friends to say the issue of Ongera, but it was followed up quickly with a question, so what is that NLAS and what do you guys do? So I'll tell you something small about NLAS. NLAS, or the National Legal Aid Service, was established under the Legal Aid Act of 2016. It is a body aimed at enhancing access to justice for the indigent, marginalized, and vulnerable members of the society. The preamble to the Act states that it is to give effect to Article 19(2), Article 48, Article 50, Sub-Article 2, G and H of the Constitution, to facilitate access to justice and social justice. Further, the service is required to promote alternative dispute resolution mechanisms. To this end, NLAS plays a critical role in promoting AJS. This year's theme for the conference, AJS, is Culture and Innovation in Accelerating Social Transformation Through Access to Justice, highlights the transformative potential of alternative approaches to justice. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm encouraged to note that many efforts by different state and non-state actors in coming up with different roadmaps aimed at creating shared approaches and responsibilities towards ensuring that access to justice is not a matter of rhetoric, but a reality. This cooperation will form a foundation for the sector's wide approach to access to justice and ensure that there are more synergies between and among institutions while reducing duplication. It will also contribute towards cross-fertilization on approaches that are working and how the current and future programming should look like. National Legal Aid Service is delighted to be part of the stakeholders and will come up with a listening ear and a learning heart. Culture is dynamic and inherently anticipates readiness to adopt changed times. This, in our opinion, is not changing fast enough in relation to women and children and many other marginalized groups. NLAS plays a significant role towards access to justice for all Kenyans, especially for women, the vulnerable and marginalized population segments, while respecting culture and reforming it to also be dynamic. Allow me to say that the term access to justice has all along been perceived as an individual's pursuit of justice through the established legal bodies. Today, the meaning is more than that. It has gained new meaning in development agenda. It is obvious that access to local justice is now regarded as a fundamental instrument of ensuring human rights, good governance, inclusive and sustainable development, as well as tackling poverty, inequality, lawlessness, and discrimination. Moreover, the quest for access to justice in Kenya and elsewhere in Africa has historically been rooted in the formal and informal structures of local justice mechanisms. Evidence suggests that there is an urgent and necessary need for sectoral policy framework which is aimed at ensuring the most accessible, affordable, convenient, and viable route to justice reform. Therefore, AJS systems that are in continuous dialogue with the indigent culture is needed to promote and tackle broader structural, social, and economic issues in the country. Ladies and gentlemen, justice sector reforms are not a new issue for development cooperation in Kenya, but the priorities and approaches have changed over time. Previously, aid to the justice sector was concerned with the administration of justice, especially criminal justice, legal education, and law reform. This law and development approach was based on the assumption that legal reform and improvements in judicial institutions would spur economic development. The need to strengthen the ability of citizens, especially disadvantaged people, to access legal institutions was included in these early programs. However, access to justice was narrowly identified with legal aid or class action and alternative dispute resolution. The advent of multi-party democracy meant a different emphasis by the international community on the rule of law, which was now seen to underpin structural and physical reforms that would create domestic economic environments conducive to foreign investment and trade, and therefore national economic growth and integration into the global economy. Of particular concern in this context were the enforceability of property laws and contracts, the regulation of the banking sector and private enterprises, and prosecution for corrupt practices. At the same time, human rights and social justice activists pursued a parallel strand of rule of law interventions focused on civil society organizations. In the same vein, transitional justice efforts to seek justice for the victims of human rights violations through authoritarian regimes such as human rights commissions were pursued by a separate set of indigenous movements and institutions. It is now very timely and informative that we are seeking to go back to the origins of human societal engagements expressed in cultural norms and values. This conference will give us new insights to share what needs to be improved in the access to justice narrative in order to resonate with the needs of our country. Moreover, legal and judicial systems are not restricted to formal or what we call modern laws and institutions. They include informal and traditional law and procedures, and culture is one of them. It is a fact that alternative justice systems are deeply rooted in our cultural practices and traditions. Embracing these systems as part of a society's culture acknowledges the values and diverse ways of resolving disputes and promoting social harmony. Ladies and gentlemen, by incorporating cultural perspectives into the design and implementation of alternative justice systems, social transformation becomes more contextually relevant and inclusive. Thinking about innovations, AJS fosters innovation by encouraging new ideas, methods, and practices in solving disputes that are drawn from the various cultural and traditional practices. This challenges the conventional notions of justice and explores creative approaches to conflict resolutions which are more efficient, effective, and accessible to the needs of diverse communities within our environment. This notion is also key in advancing legal aid services, hence giving impetus to the National Legal Aid Service, the state agency required to find ways in which legal aid is accessible, effective, and efficient. AJS has provided us with that platform. It is also important to note that AJS addresses the issue of access to justice by providing options that are more accessible and affordable for the marginalized, indigent, and vulnerable persons. It bridges the gap between formal legal systems and individuals who face barriers such as finances, language, or cultural unfamiliarity. By expanding access to justice, alternative systems contribute to a more equitable society. AJS emphasizes community involvement and decision-making. It empowers individuals and communities by allowing them to actively participate in the resolution of conflicts. This participatory approach strengthens social bonds, encourages collective problem-solving, and promotes a sense of ownership over justice outcomes. AJS also takes a holistic approach to justice, considering the social, emotional, and psychological aspects of disputes. It prioritizes healing, restoration, and reconciliation, rather than solely focusing on legal outcomes. Ladies and gentlemen, AJS offers again the opportunity for customized and context-specific solutions. This system takes into account the unique circumstances and the needs of the parties involved, hence allowing for more tailor-made resolutions which are not only mutually acceptable and sustainable to the parties, but it's also a contributing factor to long-term social change. By embracing AJS as a culture, this encourages continuous learning, adaptation, and collaboration with the communities as it prompts the exchange of knowledge and best practices among different communities, organizations, and justice stakeholders. Allow me to emphasize that a collaborative environment fosters innovation, promotes shared learning, and accelerates social transformation through collective efforts. Alternative justice system offers opportunities for transformative change, increased access to justice, and the development of more inclusive and effective solutions to societal conflicts. Before I conclude, allow me to state the obvious. Our courts, which are closer to the people in rural areas and who are mostly the poor, are often poorly resourced and offer a limited range of services, either because of jurisdiction or other reasons. Additionally, communities in rural settings prefer traditional mechanisms to conflict resolution compared to formal courts. This is attributed to by several factors, including a lack of familiarity and awareness of the roles and purposes of the judiciary, as most people do not know the kind of cases to bring to courts, and most communities do not regard the courts as relevant to their needs. Secondly, there's a lack of support services, for example, paralegals, a lack of enough police officers or prosecutors who can generate quality work for the magistrates. There's also a lack of trust in all these institutions. NLAS wishes to join all the stakeholders in order to find working arrangements that espouse cultural norms and practices being used in the various communities to ensure access to justice for all. Culture, in our view, is a key component in entrenching the principles of access to justice for all. Ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, I say that it is an honor to be among such accomplished individuals to present my perspectives before all of you. Thank you very much, and I wish you a good day.
Yeah. Don't leave the podium. I want you to say in one or two sentences in Kiswahili what National Legal Aid does. I could do it, but I'll do very big msamiati.
You could do it, and then I translate again. I break it down.
So just so that people can very quickly understand what the National Legal Aid service does.
Okay. Let me try in Kiswahili. NLAS, National Legal Aid Service, kazi yake ni kupeana huduma kwa wasiojiweza, wale ambao wametengwa either kwa sababu ya mahali wanatoka, marginalized areas, ama kwa sababu ni wanawake ama watoto. Tunawakaribisha kwa NLAS. Sasa ile uko na shida ya kisheria ili tukusaidie. I think that's better. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, and have a good day.
I know very many people doubt my Swahili.
Yes.
Very sophisticated.
Yeah.
For example, I give you an example.
Yes.
What AJS is supposed to deal with. Hii ni utunzi wangu. Kabiliana na Imla. Yamila.
Yes.
Who can translate? So anyway, okay, thank you, Chair. We are moving very fast. Let me now invite the principal judge of the Environment and Land Courts. This is a major site of contestation that AJS has come handling for. Justice Angote.
Thank you very much, Duncan Okello, the Chief Justice of the Republic of Kenya, who is also the President of the Supreme Court, my Lady Justice Martha Koome, the Director, Kenya Judicial Academy, Dr. Smokino Anchala, who is a Judge of the Supreme Court, Justice Professor Ngugi, the Chair of the National Committee on the Implementation of AJS, Madam Kala, all the invited guests, judges, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning. Let me start by apologizing. I should have been with you yesterday, but we were with the Honorable Chief Justice in another function yesterday, and that's why I couldn't join you, because I'm one of the main participants of this particular conference. But I'm happy that I'm with you here today and for the remainder of the conference. My lady, the Environment and Land Court is one of the courts that has benefited immensely from the workings of the National Steering Committee on the Implementation of AJS. And within our midst, we have 20 judges of the Environment and Land Court. And of course, we also have judges of the High Court, judges of the employment and labor relations, and also the registrars. I can also say we have our registrar in charge of mediation. And on behalf of all the judges, I want to really appreciate the work that the Committee on the Implementation of AJS has undertaken since it was established, and especially with the efforts of FAO, who have been our main partners, and also IDLO. We really appreciate the work that you've done in training the judicial officers and the judges so that they are able to implement the AJS policy, which is part and parcel of the document of the judiciary. We all know that AJS refers to the justice which is obtained outside the formal justice structure. It's based on the principles of freedom, equality, non-discrimination, dignity, and equity. It emphasizes restorative justice, and it seeks to provide what is known as socially inclusive modes of resolving disputes outside the formal court system. And we all know that it's not new in Kenya, or at least we now know that it's not a new concept in Kenya. It was there before colonialism. And when we adopted the formal laws, we lost the process of AJS at some particular point in time. As courts, there were those occasions where we limited the application of customary law. For those ones who do loan matters, we are aware of the Siroyo versus Siroyo case, the Obiero case. Those are the cases which were handled in 1972, where the courts held that customary laws are extinguished upon registration of land under the repealed RLA. That is, or those are the principles that we espoused as a judiciary as at that time. But all this changed with the 2010 Constitution. We are all aware about Article 159, which provides that courts and tribunals should be guided by principles of alternative justice system, including resolving disputes through traditional dispute resolution mechanisms. If you look at the Act establishing the Environment Land Court at Section 20, it directs the judges to adopt and implement, even on its own motion, with the agreements that are arrived at by parties outside the court. My lady, we have the policy which we have been taken through. We've been taken through the baseline and framework policy of the AJS, and the policy lays out strategies for mainstreaming and upholding autonomous practices of AJS mechanisms using those methods that actually meet the threshold of the Constitution and the human rights that we have sworn to uphold. AJS is an acceptable mechanism at the global level. Madam Teresa from IDEALA has actually taken us through SDG 16, which obligates states and courts to promote peaceful and inclusive participation of societies in accessing justice when you are talking matters sustainable development. So what is the role of AJS in land and environment justice? I just want to spend a minute to have a discussion on what the role of AJS is when we are talking about environment and land cases, which form a major part of the disputes in our formal system. We all know that land disputes involve conflicts between communities, individuals, and government entities. It's also common that land cases are contentious, they're emotional, and they take many years to be resolved. These matters take long not because they are complex, but because of the tendency of parties to file a multitude of applications and seek appellate interventions at every level. And with all that, you realize that those matters take quite a while in the formal justice system. And one of the advantages of AJS is its ability to unlock land cases and expedite the resolution process. My lady, whereas court litigation can be time-consuming, expensive, and often aggravate conflicts, AJS offers flexible timelines, as we've been told by the speaker who has just left the podium. And most people don't know that he's actually an advocate, Kanzo Musyoka. And what we've come to realize as a court dealing with land disputes is that 70% of this country is made up of community land. And when you look at the Community Land Act, it actually prescribes that a registered community may use alternative methods of dispute resolution mechanisms, so that the people who are gathered here, the elders, are supposed to be empowered to resolve all disputes revolving around community land. And I'm happy to report that we have embraced that mechanism as a court, and as I will mention briefly, we've put mechanisms in place to make sure that we actually encourage resolution of land cases using AJS. My lady, apart from offering a critical avenue to resolving land and natural disputes in Kenya, AJS also enhances the recognition of indigenous legal systems. And this in turn enriches the indigenous jurisprudence and delivers real justice. Because sometimes the formal system might not deliver real justice. And real justice means you are reconciling families, you are reconciling communities, instead of just looking at the law as it is. Training community leaders in alternative dispute resolution techniques will ensure the availability of skilled professionals who can facilitate fair and impartial processes. Educating the judges, magistrates, and the public about the benefits and processes of these systems will also enhance their acceptance and utilization. All the 53 ELC judges have been trained. All the deputy registrars of the court have also been trained on AJS, and these trainings took place between 13th to 17th of December 2022 and 21st to 25th March 2023, respectively. The trainings, my lady, were undertaken just within 2 weeks after our ELC conference in Killarney. And I want to thank FAO for actually facilitating the training of all the judges and all the deputy registrars on AJS mechanism. Thank you very much, Ambassador Mkala and Husna with your team for having taken us through that tedious process. Since then, my lady, the court has come up with a clear roadmap on how it will implement the different AJS typologies. Duncan Okello has told you kulikuwa na kizungu mingi sana hapa jana. I was not here, but I can already relate, because Prof and his team took us through all the typologies of AJS, which include autonomous AJS, third-party annexed AJS, state-regulated, court annexed. We were also taken through the human rights challenges that we should be aware of so that we don't fall into those pitfalls. I want to just highlight one case, then I sit down, just to show you, my lady and the audience, how the Environment Land Court has taken this process very seriously after the training that took place in December 2022. In the case of Charles Kitur, this is a case by Justice Mwanyali in Kapsabet, in a judgment dated 19th of January 2023, this is what the judge said. I quote, "This court, under the provisions of Section 20 of the ELC Act, having recognized the series of meetings held by the area chief and family members to promote substantive justice, the court hereby adopts the decision of the traditional dispute resolution mechanism in the form of the series of meetings held between 2002 and 2006 and proceeds to implement the same as a judgment of this court." And that's what we agreed in Nakuru in December, that we are going to adopt the decisions that are made by our chiefs, by our elders, by our religious leaders, by our whichever setup that we are going to put in place, as long as they are in accordance with the human rights provisions and the Constitution. Therefore, my lady, the practical steps that the court agreed to undertake after the training of the judges and DRs includes taking appropriate attitude towards AJS in our judicial and judicial pronouncements, popularize AJS and AJS policy, practice agency theory of jurisdiction. It sounds very complicated, but it's a very easy theory. We are supposed to apply the doctrine of interaction, and we are supposed to engage our CUCs to promote AJS by establishing linkages with the autonomous and third-party AJS mechanisms, establish appropriate referral system, and also establish court-annexed ELS, AJS which is more or less engaging with the court-annexed mediation that we already have in place. My lady, I have received detailed reports from the courts showing that what we agreed upon in the early part of the year with the Secretariat has been accomplished. I've received reports from 15 courts, and the remaining courts have promised to give me their reports before our annual conference, which will be on 31st of July, where the court is going to launch the 2 divisions. And therefore, Professor Ngugi, I can assure you that by the time we go for our annual conference on 31st of July 2023, all the courts would have submitted their reports on the implementation matrix that we agreed upon. In conclusion, AJS hold great promise for unlocking land cases and reducing the backlog of legal disputes. By embracing collaborative approaches and prioritizing dialogue over litigation, we can expedite the resolution of disputes in our courts, promote harmony within communities, and alleviate the burden on our court systems. Let us work together to build a justice system that reflects the pressing needs of our time and pave the way for harmonious coexistence between humanity and nature. Thank you very much.
For the benefit of your fellow principal judge, Justice Mwongo, when Njurunjeke was mentioned, he came alive. I also wanted to say in Kiswahili that Kitur case, so that when he's translating from Njurunjeke, in Kiswahili they understand. He went to a group of schools, so his Swahili may not be very good. So just tell him again what that case means.
Asante sana Bwana Okello. Kuna hukumu ambayo ilitolewa kwa koti ya mazingira na mashamba kule Kapsabet, na hiyo ni hukumu moja tu kwa zile zingine nyingi ambazo tumetoa na tutaendelea kutoa. Kwenye hiyo hukumu, jaji alikubaliana na zile mikutano ambazo chief na family walikuwa wamekaa na wakasuluhisha ile kesi ya shamba ambayo ilikuwa imepelekewa chief, na judge akasema huo uamuzi wa chief na family members ni uamuzi wa koti. I think I've tried. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Judge. Thank you very much. I think that's a very good development. I wanted to play music later, but I've changed my mind. So this is the time to break the ice.
Yes.
As we also prepare to welcome the ambassador, who's been very supportive of us. Let's ride let's take our seats. Ambassador Kala, it's your time to speak. This is Ambassador Kala from FAO, who's also been a great supporter. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much, our MC. Speaking after this lovely time, I feel energized. But Honorable Chief Justice, Lady Martha Koome, the President of the Supreme Court. I also want to recognize the Honorable Judges here present, Honorable Justice Wanjala, Honorable Justice Angote, Honorable Justice Ngugi, and all the judges, and also, of course, really recognize here my colleagues, the development partners that just spoke. I really want to stand by the protocol already established and say I'm Jambo. It is really indeed a great pleasure for FAO, the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, to be here today in this important second conference on the alternative justice system in Kenya. Actually, the theme of this conference, Alternative Justice System as Culture and Innovation in Accelerating Social Transformation Through Access to Justice, really resonates so well with really our strategic framework that aims to transform agro-food systems to be more efficient, more inclusive, more resilient, and sustainable for better production, better nutrition, better environment, and better life, because this is what we are really talking about, the people-centered approach. Let me say that we really want to recognize the efforts by the government of Kenya and the judiciary in particular for really playing a leading and a critical role in the implementation of the Kenya's constitution. The country has really made significant progress in the promotion and protection of human rights, gender equality, and access to justice. We know that there's still a long way to go, but we really have to emulate and recognize the progress that we have really made and achieved, and this conference, it's really a testimony of that. And one such progress is really the establishment of the baseline and framework for the alternative justice system policy, which is critical in addressing disputes, especially on land and natural resources. As FAO, we have been really part of this process, and we are proud to be so, of establishing the alternative justice system policy. And of course, we heard that yesterday the governor of Kajiado was here because, of course, is where we really piloted and the FAO EU-funded land governance program. And the Kajiado alternative justice system model was then launched by Honorable Chief Justice in October 2021. And this is a model that we really applaud, because since then has really guided the rolling out of the alternative justice systems that we also aim to reach to other counties, the 47 counties. This is our ambition. And I'm sure by the way we are going, we will really attain this objective. We also note that while the conventional justice systems have been cited as long and rigorous, which are sometimes characterized by delays, uncertainty, and inadequacy of reinforcement, alternative justice systems really allow that speed resolution of disputes. And it also provides a critical entry point for social inclusion, and it is generally participatory and even more affordable, I should say. Alternative justice system is really so instrumental in addressing matters such as land boundary, ownership, access and use related disputes by promoting alternative forms of dispute resolution mechanisms. And this has been really already said by, of course, those that preceded me in this podium. And surely this will ensure that land, if really I speak with the length of FAO, is put to productive agricultural use and directly contributing to food security and nutrition, instead of it being really tied up in years and years of litigation. And this is because land is actually the main factor of production and relevant to Kenya's natural-based economy. And is where, of course, FAO is looking at it. My lady Chief Justice, the goal of FAO is to achieve food security and nutrition for all, and make sure that everyone, everywhere, have regular access to enough and high quality food to lead their healthy and active lives. And this can only be achieved within an environment of peace and justice that supports the development of supportive policies and the timely resolution of conflicts, especially those on land and natural resources that we know that there are many and they are there. And although, of course, SDG 2, eradicating hunger and poverty, underlines the critical role that land and other natural resources play in attaining food security and human well-being, food insecurity and malnutrition unfortunately remain an ongoing national and global concern. In Kenya only, we are talking about around 4 million of people that are really food insecure. It's a big challenge. And we see, of course, climate change and even conflict somehow is exacerbating this issue. Therefore, concerted efforts are really required to transform the administration and management of land and natural resources through initiatives such as the alternative justice system for sustainable access and sustainable use, both for the current and really the future generation. We have this responsibility. And I really look forward to really strengthening our strategic partnership towards realizing sustainable land management, food and nutrition security, and economic development in Kenya. And again, the alternative justice system really can play a critical role in this endeavor. Let me conclude by really reiterating FAO support. We have been supporting, and we aim to continue, of course, supporting, especially through the ongoing AU and the FAO funded digital land governance program that, as I mentioned, really cover the 47 counties in Kenya. And let me take really this opportunity to congratulate and thank the National Steering Committee on the implementation of the alternative justice policy, and together with all the partners that really made this occasion that we are here today, possible. So thank you very much, and for this opportunity.
Thank you, Ambassador Kala. They will say that FAO under your leadership has a nose for the important, and a nose for the strategic, and a nose for the vital. The ELC court is a very special and unique court, as you're aware, and we hope that your support to them continues so that we can create a very modern, highly resourced, and efficient court that the rest of the world can come and model around. I hope Justice Angote will convince you to structure a long-term partnership with IDLO, with FAO, as it gets into second decade of existence. Thank you very much, Ambassador. Now, it is my pleasure now to invite the national chairperson of the Steering Committee on AJS, Honorable Justice Professor Joel Ngugi. Joel has been breaking his back doing this work. And yesterday I was in a group discussion, and very interesting ideas came up. There was the ACC from Nakuru, Cheptum, I think you're somewhere here. There was the chief also from Nakuru. Very, very interesting conversations about the need for training and the need to involve other government agencies to see AJS as a collective enterprise, not something so that people don't privatize cases. It was actually a very important conversation. And one of the media practitioners who was there, I think also from Nakuru, forget his name, raised an important issue. We are engaged in a major paradigm shift. And without engagement and continuous education, the paradigm shift, however justified, may yield suboptimal results. And he gave the example when we removed the stake from schools, caning. And what we ended up with in the immediate aftermath was schools getting burnt and riots, isn't it? Yes. Not that it was a bad idea, but there wasn't continuous engagement on this major paradigm shift. I found that very persuasive. Chief Justice, I'm merely laying the ground for an appeal for Ngugi. We didn't ask me to do this. You may consider getting off the course list for a year to lead this national training exercise. Justice Ngugi, karibu.
Honorable Chief Justice Martha Koome, and my mwalimu, Judge of the Supreme Court and Director of Judiciary Training Institute, Justice Mokin Wanjala, allow me to adopt all the protocols that have been observed. And let me just begin by saying how resplendent a tapestry you all are in your African. For those of you who are wondering what this represents, yesterday we were taught, Chief Justice, about culture with small c and culture with big C. You remember? Yes. This is my shirt of a Maasai shirt of the culture with big C. The small c is a shuka, and then this is the big C from Kajiado. Honorable Chief Justice, in your absence yesterday, I tried to put a very good show on your behalf. I gave a speech here, a full speech, even full of rhetorical devices of various types, describing the imperatives of AJS and how AJS at this moment in time is both a constitutional and a societal constituting moment. And how, when I'm speaking on matters of AJS, I told them, I represent you so fully that no judge can bishare me, not even Justice Mongo. Then Chief Justice Governor Lenku was here, and he told them about a magical Maasai rungu, an elders rungu, which now, Honorable Chief Justice, I own. And that rungu is so powerful that if you point it at someone, they can die if they don't do what you ask of them. So I forgot to bring it today because I intended to hold it as I asked for a benchmarking trip to Papua New Guinea. But you are safe. I don't have it today. Now, in my speech yesterday, I explained what our ambitions as a judiciary were when we launched the AJS policy, and I outlined conversations our conference this year is meant to provoke. It also explained the unique style and structure of this conference. So today I propose not to go over that terrain again. Instead, I propose to do something profoundly mundane. Out of our interactions yesterday, key questions arose that made out a clear case for more sensitization and education on AJS, even among adherents of AJS like we have in the room. Isn't that become clear? That we need some basic training on AJS, even for those of us who've been doing it for a while. So today I thought I would do AJS Adulting 101. Okay? Adulting 101. And I want to do just 12 basic things we all ought to know about AJS. Now, I know it's boring. Justice Wasirwa would describe it as spiritual. Si mnakumbuka ule mwalimu mlikuwa mnaitaga Piriton. Sasa ile mnamuona akikuja tu mnajua Piriton anakuja. It was my English teacher. I used to wake up every morning and just pray, please God, just help me not to sleep in the English class. And as soon as she started talking, I would just sleep. So this is your Piriton for the conference. But I do know that the presence of the CJ here would help you retain just enough attention to remember some of them. So here are some frequently answered questions on AJS in rapid fashion. Okay? Question 1. Why do you call it alternative if the majority of cases are heard through the system? Okay? It's a question that has been asked. Answer. Because of the scheme of our Constitution. In Article 1 of the Constitution, Kenyans delegated judicial authority to the judiciary. But in Article 159(2)(c), they gave conditions for the exercise of that delegated authority to promote AJS. So, Kenyans created what we have come to define as an orbit theory. They created a solar system of justice systems in which the judiciary is designated as a sun. For more on this, please see Dr. Akoth during break time. But that is the basic theory. But the bottom line is this. The alternative in alternative justice system does not connote inferior and neither does it connote less important. Okay? Kwa hivyo swali la kwanza ni kwa nini tunaita AJS njia badala kama kesi nyingi zaidi hapa Kenya zinatatuliwa kwa kutumia njia hiyo. Mbona tunaita njia badala? Na inaonekana kama koti ndio njia badala. Na jibu ni kwamba ni muundo wa katiba yetu ndio inatuambia itabidi tuite hizi njia zingine badala. Lakini kuita njia badala za kutatua migogoro haimaanishi kwamba hizi ni njia duni kwa njia yoyote ama njia pungufu kwa njia yoyote. Tumeelewana wazee? Haya, hilo ndio swali la kwanza. Question number 2. Do AJS mechanisms or panels need permission of the judiciary in order to determine disputes? What's the answer? Yes, answer. Hell no. The role of the judiciary is to promote AJS when it comes into contact with it and encourage its growth consonant with the Constitution where it does not exist. The role of the judiciary is not to license or regulate AJS. No one needs anyone's permission to resolve disputes under our Constitution. Okay? Kwa hivyo swali la pili ni kwamba, je, hizi za kutatua migogoro mnahitaji idhini ama ruhusa ya mahakama ili mtatue hizo kesi? Na jibu ni kwamba hamuhitaji ruhusa ya mtu yeyote, kwa sababu katiba tayari ishawapatia hiyo ruhusa. Okay? Judiciary imeamrishwa na katiba ikuze AJS. Haijaamrishwa regulate AJS. Question number 3. Who is an elder? Is it an old man with uncombed white hair who sometimes wears monkey skin and gazes in the open sky with half-closed eyes and talks about the olden days when women belonged in the kitchen and young girls married the men the parents chose for them? Is that the definition of an elder? Answer. The definition of an elder is now governed by the Constitution. It is both men and women, young and abled and differently abled, ambient population and minorities. The only requirements is that they be persons of integrity who adhere to minimal constitutional standards, and that they believe in human dignity, and that they have found acceptance in the eyes of the community. They can be black, like Duncan, or yellow, like Justice Florence Macharia, or blue, like Dr. Akoth. They can be old and elderly, like Mzee Oseuri, like Gusi from Kajiado, or they can be young, like the president of the students' body here at Tangazo. They can be lawyers, like Mongeri from Nakuru, or they can be retired civil servants. I met one, Canon Christabel from Ukwala. Or they can even be organic feminists, like Joyce Naresia, who spoke with us yesterday. All those fit the definition of elders. Kwa Kiswahili, je, wazee ambao wanafanya kesi kwa njia badala, lazima wawe watu wazee, wana miaka mingi kama 100 hivi, na wawe wanaume? Hilo ndio swali linaloulizwa hapa. Na jibu ambaye katiba inatupatia ni la hasha. Wazee haimaanishi wanaume wenye miaka mingi. Wazee iko na maana mpya ambayo imepeanwa na katiba. Na wanaweza kuwa ni watu wenye miaka mingi ama umri mkubwa, ama wanaweza kuwa ni watu wenye umri mdogo. Wanaweza kuwa ni wanaume ama wanawake. Wanaweza kuwa ni wanasheria ama si wanasheria. Sawa sawa? Haya. Question number 4. Where are AJS mechanisms found? How do they operate? And what are their kinds? This is the question that the principal judge called typologies. Answer. They are found everywhere. Just like you find taxes everywhere in Kenya. Everywhere. Everywhere you look, there's a tax. The other day I looked at my payslip and I found a tax called WSPS. Have you guys ever noticed it? It's about widows and children. So, have you ever noticed it? Civil servants? So you are paying for other people's widows and other people's wives. It's a tax. I wonder how it came into my payslip, but it's a tax and it's quite substantial. So, AJS mechanisms are found everywhere. But there are 4 main types. and they are all valid and equal. There is none more important than the other. Okay? Some of the AJS institutions are autonomous. This simply means groups of people in a community, village, church, or estate decide, many times quite organically, to determine their disputes among themselves. These are the great majority of AJS mechanisms. They just come up organically. In a village, they decide this is how we'll be resolving our disputes. And that's okay, and it's allowed by the Constitution. Some of them are state-based third-party annex. Here, think of chiefs, or children's officer, or assistant county commissioners, or think of the Kajiado model that is supported by the Kajiado County. That is state-based third-party annexed. Some are non-state-based third-party annexed. So here think of the AJS mechanisms that are supported by FIDA or KELIN or Kituo cha Sheria. Those are non-governmental organizations that supports particular AJS models. And those are valid and okay too. And then some are court annexed. These are constituted and operated by courts or CUCs. So here think of, for example, the Nakuru model, or the Isiolo model, or the Othaya model. And those can come in different flavors as well. Okay? Kwa hivyo hapa swali ni, kuna taasisi zipi tofauti za hizi njia badala za kutatua kesi. Na kuna aina kama 4 hivi za AJS mechanisms. Za kwanza ni zile ambazo zimejisimamia, zinajiendeleza zenyewe kwenye jamii. Zinafuata tu kanuni za jamii ama jumuiya ambazo zinafanya kazi. Hazifuati kanuni yoyote ya serikali ama ya shirika zozote ambazo si za serikali. Na hizo pia tunasema zinatambulika na ni sawa na zimekubalika na katiba. Ya pili ni zile ambazo zinahusisha taasisi za serikali kama machief ama county commissioners ama children's officer kama hao. Za tatu ni zile ambazo zinahusisha taasisi ambazo si za serikali, kwa mfano FIDA ama KELIN. Na ya mwisho ni zile ambazo zimeunganishwa na mahakama, court annexed, kwa mfano ile ya Nakuru ama ya Isiolo ama ya Othaya. Question 5. Can I be forced to resolve my case in an AJS mechanism if I do not want? What's the answer? No. Good. Answer. Unaweza peleka punda mtoni, lakini unaweza kumlazimisha kunywa maji? La. In short, no. A party must choose to be in an AJS forum for them to be bound by its decision. They cannot be compelled. Okay? Tumeelewana? Mtu anaweza shurutishwa kufanyia kesi yake kwa AJS ama kwa njia badala? Jibu ni kwamba haiwezekani. Katiba imewapatia Wakenya ruhusa na uwezo wa kuchagua kama wanataka kufanyia kesi yao kwenye njia hiyo badala. Wakikataa hawezi kushurutishwa. Okay? Question 6. If two parties have had their case resolved in an AJS panel, can one of the parties later on change her mind and go to court? What is the answer? Yes? If their case has already been resolved by the AJS panel? Yes, the answer is no. Maji yakimwagika yanazoleka kweli? Hayazoleki. Okay? Can you eat your fish and have it too? What about cake? So generally, once a party is elected to go to AJS, absent certain exceptional circumstances, which include procedural impropriety, like bias or corruption, or disproportionality, like human rights violations, or non-compliance with the Constitution, with substantive constitutional standards, for example, a party was elected to go to AJS will be bound by the AJS outcome. Otherwise, we'll just be creating another place for forum shopping. Okay? Tumeelewana? Kwa hivyo mtu akikubali kufanyia kesi yake kwa AJS mechanism, itabidi afuate matokeo ya AJS. Sawa, tumeelewana? Lakini kuna wakati mwingine atakuwa na ruhusa na uwezo wa kwenda mahakamani ikiwa AJS imefanywa kwa njia ambayo haijafuata katiba. Okay? Tumeelewana? Kama imefanywa kwa njia haijafuata katiba, atakuwa na uhuru na atakuwa na uwezo wa kuja mahakamani, na jaji ama hakimu akiangalia aone kwamba katiba haikufuatwa ama kulikuwa na corruption kwa kesi, pengine anaweza kutupilia mbali vile AJS mechanism ilivyosema. Question 7. What type of cases can AJS panels hear? Je, ni kesi za aina zipi ambazo hizi njia badala za kufanya kesi zinaweza kufanya kesi? Now we utilize the agency answer. We utilize the agency theory of jurisdiction to determine whether a particular case is amenable to AJS. If, as an objective matter, a fact finder would find that both parties to a dispute have, in the exercise of their agency, of their own volition and free will have decided to have their matter resolved in an AJS mechanism, and if there is no constitutional text, statutory text, or public policy ousting the jurisdiction of the AJS mechanism, then the matter can be heard through AJS. Okay? Hiyo ndio tunaita agency theory. Agency theory enyewe kwa Kiswahili. Wewe umesema unajua msamiati? Agency theory kwa Kiswahili. Shaban Roberts. Sasa agency theory itakuwa nini? Agency theory tu inamaanisha kwamba ni nadharia ambayo inapatia wa Kenya uwezo wa kuchagua mahali wanataka kesi yao ifanyike. Kwa hivyo inasema kwamba ikiwa watu wawili wameamua kwa wao wenyewe, kwa uwezo wao, wameamua kwa hiari yao kwamba kesi itafanyiwa kwa AJS, na ikiwa hawajashurutishwa na mtu katika uamuzi huo, na ikiwa hakuna katiba, hakuna kipengele cha katiba, na hakuna ibara ya sheria yoyote, na hakuna public policy ambayo imesema kesi za aina hiyo zisifanyike kwa AJS, basi hiyo ni kesi inaweza fanyika kwa AJS. Tumeelewana? Kwa hivyo hii nadharia ina vipengele mbili. Ya kwanza ni kama watu kwa hiari yao wenyewe wamekubali kufanyia kesi kwa AJS. Ya pili ni kama kuna sheria ambayo imesema kesi za aina hiyo zisifanyike wapi? Kwa AJS. Okay? Kama walikubali kwa hiari yao wafanyie kesi kwa AJS, na kama hakuna sheria imesema kesi za aina hiyo zifanyike kwa AJS, basi hiyo ni kesi inaweza fanywa kwa AJS. Okay? Ni ngumu kidogo in application, lakini wakati mtapokuja training mtaweza kuielewa vizuri. Sawa sawa? So, let's go to question number 8, which is really an application of the agency theory. So, can a defilement case be heard through AJS? No. Kesi ya ubakaji inaweza fanyika kwa AJS? No. Good. Good students. So, answer. Allah. That is the answer. Allah, did you hear the answer to the previous question? Because if you had the answer to the previous question, it would have told you defilement cases fail the agency theory test, both because minors cannot freely consent to be participants in AJS, and because there is a statute that forbids their cases being heard through AJS. For the avoidance of doubt, defilement cases cannot be resolved through AJS. If there is anything you should take away from this conference, ni ili onyo kali. Ikiwa unataka kuepuka kichapo Kama kile kichapo Arsenal walichapwa na Brighton. Na hichi kichapo kitatoka kwa CJ Kome mwenyewe. Ikiwa unataka kukiepuka, jaribu kupeleka kesi ya ubakaji wa watoto kuamuliwa kwa njia badala za kutatua kesi. Ukifanya hivyo, utajua ujui. Tumeelewana? Kwa hivyo kama kuna kitu unataka ujifunze kwenye kongamano hili, ni kwamba kesi za ubakaji haziwezi sikizwa na nani? Na AJS. Sawa? Asante. Question number 9. Are AJS elders paid to decide cases? Answer. Yes, they are paid by God. God pays them quite handsomely. In fact, it is believed that all things constant, most people who volunteer for AJS and to serve in AJS panel will gain eternal life. Kwa hivyo swali ilikuwa, je, wazee huwa wanalipo kusikiliza hizi kesi? Jibu? La, hawalipwi. Okay? Hapana, jibu si la. Jibu ni ndio. Wanalipwa, lakini wanalipwa na Mwenyezi Mungu mwenyewe. Mtu anayefanya hizi kesi huwa anabarikiwa mpaka anashangaa. Question 10. Can courts refer cases to AJS? Yes. And can AJS refer cases to court? Yes. Good. Thank you. Hiyo nahitaji kufanya kwa Kiswahili? Haya. Question 11. You see we are coming to an end. It was not that hard, was it? Actually, it was not that boring, was it? No. Good. Question 11. There is so much sensitization and education to be done on AJS, right? You realize that, right? So what's the steering committee's game plan? Answer. Our aim, Honorable Chief Justice, is to reach all Kenyans on a dissemination program on AJS in 5 years. So in 5 years, we want to have reached every Kenyan. In fact, our model is like the model of the Bible. You know the way you go, every hotel you go, every hotel room you go, there is a Bible. Inakuwaga Gideons. Yeah? In fact, inakuwaga both sides. Ukienda pande hii ukifungua Bible. Ukienda pande hii ukifungua Bible. It's to dissuade you from doing bad things in those hotel rooms. So we would like AJS policies to be like that. In fact, we want to translate. We already have a Kiswahili version that is coming out, right? So we want, and now we want to go to Kikuyu and Kisii and, and Luo versions and so forth, so that, like, there is no Kenyan who can say that they have never seen a Bible. We want, in 5 years, to say that there is no Kenyan who's never seen an AJS policy. That's our vision. You know the way our grandmothers could read the Bible but nothing else? We want people to be able to read the AJS policy and nothing else. So they can even quote for you what the AJS policy says, even if they cannot read anything else. That is our vision in 5 years, Honorable Chief Justice. We also hope to reach all justice stakeholders on a sensitization program in 3 years. So in 3 years, we want to have reached all the justice stakeholders and done a sensitization program. Then we hope to have trained all judges, all magistrates, all court users committees, and all the critical norm entrepreneurs as AJS champions in 2 years. So in 2 years, we hope to have reached all those categories. And we hope that when we do all these things, which we hope primarily to do through the CUCs and AJS county action plans, then we will truly be on the path of true implementation of the AJS policy. So we'll obviously need a lot of resources and goodwill to do this. We look to our development partners who continue to support us, like FAO, like UNODC, KELIN, FIDA, Kituo cha Sheria, and also we look to counties like Kajiado County that has been already partnered with us, to fund a lot of this work. We'll be knocking on your doors. But Honorable Chief Justice, we are also hoping that starting the next financial year, the judiciary will truly put its money where its mouth is and start actively funding this campaign. We could only begin with 5% of the judiciary budget. And I wanted to say, since the CJ is my elder sister, and since we are just implementing her vision for the judiciary, I know it will happen. I know it will not be too hard to persuade her to get that 5%. For this financial year, Honorable Chief Justice, we are only requesting something which we know you can give. We just request you give us a registrar of AJS. We know that you can give us. Finally, does a steering committee really exist? Or is it just made up of ghosts and then Justice Ngugi and Dr. Akoth? I have heard people saying, hii committee kweli iko? Ama ni Ngugi tu wanasemaga iko committee ndio tuone ni serious? Do they exist? The answer, the steering committee really does exist. And as I said to judges yesterday, I believe it's the most multi-sectoral of committees in East and Central Africa. Partly to thank the members who are here for their work, very important work, and since I can never pay them any sitting allowances, they don't earn any sitting allowances. Most of the time they don't earn any per diems, they just do their work. But also partly to inform all of you who those are, may I very kindly request the members who are here, as I call your name, as I introduce you, to please stand up if you are in the room. Some of them could be running up and down, and some of them have their apologies, but some of them are here. I chair the committee. Justice Dr. Joseph Selgon was here yesterday, but has gone for another judiciary meeting, represents the judiciary. Justice Florence Macharia is present. Naomba ni wakisimama mwapigie makofi because they do a lot of. Honorable Joanny Rura is present. Honorable Irura is truly one of the pioneers of AJS. Long before there was a policy, she had a court-annexed AJS mechanism in Isiolo. She's the pioneer of the AJS policy in Isiolo. Honorable Clara Otieno Omondi is not present today. She's just been appointed acting registrar of the High Court, so the tentacles of AJS are spreading far and wide. Thank you, Chief Justice. Mr. Walter Kobe represents your office, Honorable Chief Justice. Perhaps you've sent him somewhere else to represent you. Mr. Longet Terrer also represents your office, but he had sent his apologies. Dr. Masha Baraza represents the office of the DCJ. He was here yesterday. Oh, he's present. Thank you. One of the many doctors in the committee. Mr. Morris Kimuli represents the LSK, but he has sent his apologies, couldn't be here today. Mzee Sheikh Ahmed Set represents the National Council of Elders. Mzee Simama on his behalf. He represents the organization that Mzee I couldn't be here. Is in Haji. Then Mr. Maina Njema is an elder who represents from Murang'a County. Dr. Steve Ouma represents the director of KJA. He gave a talk yesterday. I'm not sure he's present here today. Oh, he's present. Thank you, Dr. Ouma. One of the other doctors in the committee. Mr. Cyrus Maweo represents the Kenyan National Commission on Human Rights. He was here yesterday, he's here today, but probably he's running around somewhere. Mr. Getonga, people are asking whether ODPP knows that there is an AJS policy. Yes, it is represented in my committee. Mr. Getonga represents the ODPP in my committee, but is not present, could not be present. He sends his apology. Ms. Emily Chwea represents the Office of the Attorney General. But she sends her apologies also. She could not be present here today. Commissioner Wamboi Nyotu represents the National Cohesion and Integration Commission, NCIC. I told you it's the most inclusive steering committee ever. Commissioner Gertrude Ngoko, who is a vice chair of National Land Commission, represents the National Land Commission in my committee. She sends her apologies. Mr. Boniface Muindu, who is present, he's here. He represents the Department of Probation and Aftercare Services in the committee. Commissioner Margaret Karanja represents the National Police Service. I don't know if Mogo is here. As an alternate, he's here representing her. Thank you. Mr. David Njoroge, a lawyer, represents the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators Kenya chapter. Mr. Njoroge is present. He's over there. Siab. Dr. Steve Ouma Akoth is present. He's here. He's a capital C guy. He's a vice chair and represents the civil society and academia because he's faculty member here as well in the committee. Ms. Christine Kongo represents FIDA. She talked earlier today in the committee and the civil society. Ms. Julie Matheka represents the ICJ, but she's not present. She sends her apology. Mr. Tim Wishigi also represents civil society through the LRF. He's present. Professor Winnie Kamau, the Dean at the University of Nairobi School of Law, represents the academia in the committee. And finally, last but not least, Ms. Flora Bidali represents NLAS in our committee. I owe these people my eternal gratitude for all your sacrifices in doing this work. I did warn you that this might be a little boring, and I apologize for that. But I must confess, by the way, that it was Duncan's idea that we do a little bit of AJS 101. So if you are very bored, you can blame Duncan. If you learned something, you can give the credit to me. Now, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to end there. For those of you who are here and have not undergone a basic training in AJS, you really need to. And I hope these 12 frequently answered questions have demonstrated to you why AJS training is important and necessary, but also why it is a lot of fun. Thank you, and God bless.
Thank you very much, Professor. I'll not invoke my right of reply. How many people in here know Justice Smokin Wanjala? Mnamjua kivipi? I know Justice Smokin Wanjala, and I've known him for many years. And I think I've scanned the room a little bit. I don't think there's anyone in this room that has traversed the length and breadth of this country like Justice Wanjala. I know many people know him because he's a Supreme Court judge who is very eloquent and grandiloquent. That is his word, grandiloquent. He uses it casually on me. But Justice Wanjala did a lot of civic education in this country in the 1990s, when it was also very risky to do. When they were fighting for democratic space, CJ Martha Koome was very much part of that brigade. And I know because he made me, he tutored me, together with CPK, ICJ, and many other organizations. There is not a single part of this country that Justice Wanjala never visited. So this conversation about AJS comes to him so naturally and so automatically that he will be at ease with it, even as a Supreme Court judge. Then you still don't know him. I do. You know the Ndungu Land Commission report? The judge of ELC is here and told you how land is very central to AJS. It's smoking, and I'm using smoking deliberately. Mine has the titles. Who led the authorship of that report? The report that contains the land grabbers in this country and so on and so forth. So umeisikia? He did, and he's left-handed. I know smoking Wanjala, just like Obama, is also left-handed. And you know what? I know smoking Wanjala. Obama and smoking both went to Columbia University, the United States. Judge, karibu.
The Honorable Chief Justice of the Republic of Kenya and the President of the Supreme Court of Kenya, Professor Joel Ngugi, my friend and colleague, former student. Umesema hivyo mwenyewe. Members of the steering committee, distinguished guests. Chief Justice, please allow me to adopt the protocols that were set by Duncan at the beginning of this session. And Duncan, thank you very much for those kind remarks. It reminds me that I've done something for the 11th Council. But having so stated, I'm always aware that speaking towards the tail end of a process such as the one we have been involved in, where those who have spoken before have really made serious speeches. They have shared insights with us. One runs the danger of repeating himself, or even, most importantly, of diluting the content of those who have spoken before. And Honorable Chief Justice, I have no intention of suffering that ignominy of irrelevance. And remembering not so long ago, Justice Ngugi has warned us. He has told us why Bibles are placed in hotel rooms to dissuade us from doing bad things. I have been adequately dissuaded from making a speech because I know just after me, the Honorable Chief Justice will come up and give a keynote address. So I'm adequately dissuaded. That's why I had deliberately drifted away from my written document. I just want to say something about the Kenya Judiciary Academy. It is the institution that is charged with the duty of developing and implementing all training programs and continuing education for judges, magistrates, and other judicial officers. And therefore, it's responsible for offering both substantive and logistical and technical support to gatherings such as these ones. And I think, Prof, you will acknowledge that the Academy has been with you throughout this process. I'm happy that in his opening remarks, the Vice Chancellor did make an offer to partner with the judiciary in developing such programs, and I'll be requesting the Chief Justice to give me permission to immediately follow up that offer so that we may continue speaking English, because English has been spoken, I'm told, pedagogical, theoretical framework, typology, paradigm shift, na mambo kama hayo. So with those few remarks, ladies and gentlemen, it's now my pleasure to ask you to join me, put our hands together,
and invite the Honorable the Chief Justice to give her keynote address.
Thank you very much. Please be seated. Thank you, Justice Smokin Wanjara, and thank you, Professor Judge Joel Ngugi and your entire steering committee, our development partners, our honorable judges, very, very distinguished participants. A very good afternoon. Amjambo. Salam alaikum. What a joy for me to be here today. You absolutely look awesome, handsome, beautiful. And this confirms that you are a very confident supporters and you believe in AJS because you took time to look your best today. Thank you very much, and I honor all of you here. If I had time, I would call each one of you by name to recognize you because I value your support to the AJS and to the work that you do to support the AJS and support harmony in our society and in our country. So when you're asked to speak like I'm doing, and your speech is supposed to be a keynote, after listening to those very profound speeches, statements, words of encouragement, and especially the 10 FAQ, I wonder what I can say other than to say like a good lawyer that I adopt and I associate myself with all those speeches so that I don't take away or dilute them. I make them my own so that they can have or give my speech a key and a note. But let me say how honored I am to join you today for the second National Conference on Alternative Justice Systems in Kenya. We convene here this week, and Prof. Judge Wanjara and Professor, I also need to announce here before I forget that I actually committed to register for standing here at Tangasa University College on a course called Social Transformation. They told me it's a PhD, but I don't care what it is. I don't care how long it will take, but all I know is that it will help me understand more deeply about what the Vice Chancellor said. Social transformation is also about internal transformation, how we transform ourselves, and how whatever we want for ourselves is what we want for the next person. It's something spiritual. So I said I will register for that course. And because I never go alone, I know many people in the judiciary will come with me. The two professors, doctors here can be excused, but I can see in the congregation the number of judges who will come with me, magistrates, registrars. We will come here, we'll flock here to study about social transformation. Thank you very much. So this year's theme
for AJS conference as culture and innovation in accelerating social transformation through access to justice, which is the framework that guides us in the judiciary. It calls upon us to reflect on how AJS has been part of our society since time immemorial, but it is also an innovation that we can use to foster justice and peaceful coexistence in our communities. In the spirit of this conference, ladies and gentlemen, I want to acknowledge the good work being done by the National Steering Committee on the implementation of AJS, led by our very own Justice Professor Joel Ngugi, and the indefatigable members of the Steering Committee who are championing the cause of AJS in our country. Your advocacy, innovative ideas like convening this national conference, and your relentless passion is the torchlight that has continued to guide us to a more equitable future. Allow me also to draw your attention to the centrality of access to justice under our Constitution. Access to justice is more than just the provision of legal services. It is the very foundation upon which our society is built. It is a cornerstone of our democracy. It is the guarantor of our rights. It is the enabler of our freedom. And without it, there can be no social justice. And without it, there can be no peace in our communities. And without it, there cannot be social transformation. Our Constitution envisages a Kenya where every citizen, regardless of their status or background, has the right to access to justice. It also envisages a Kenya where justice is not only dispensed in the courtrooms, but is also a lived experience in our homes, in our workplaces, and in our communities. But if we were to do a census, I doubt we can get 10% of the people seated here saying that justice is a lived experience in our homes, in our workplaces, and in our communities. Because even me, as the Chief Justice of the Republic, I would be reluctant to answer that question in the affirmative. So we are short of justice. The promise of our Constitution is a society where justice is not an abstract concept, but a tangible reality. It is a society where justice is not a commodity to be bought and sold, but a right to be enjoyed by all. Thank you, Professor, for reminding us, those of us who offer and volunteer our time to solve the problems within our communities. Our reward shall be in heaven. Ours is a society where we want to make justice cut across everybody, and it's not a privilege of a few, but a birthright for all of us. However, we all know that access to justice is not a reality for all of us, especially the poor, the marginalized, the vulnerable, or people living in remote areas. Many of them face formal, informal, and systemic barriers in their attempt to access formal justice institutions. These barriers, we all know, undermine the rule of law. They erode public trust and confidence in the justice system and perpetuate inequality and injustice in our society. Indeed, we cannot ignore the cold facts before us, especially a study which was done about the justice needs in 2017, a justice survey carried out by the judiciary. What was most alarming is that only 10% of Kenyans can afford formal justice to resolve their issues. But what was even more serious was a revelation that 19% of Kenyans with justice needs, whether out of fear or they distrust the process or they are in total despair, choose not to seek resolution of their grievances. They stay with them, they live with them. Some of those grievances hurt them, traumatize them, and even kill them. It means that the various informal avenues of access to justice serve 71% of the Kenyans with justice needs. The 19% of Kenyans, and this could be children who have been defiled, people who have been raped, people whose properties have been taken. These are people with justice problems who do not get any redress for their legal problems. And for us, these are not just numbers. These are human beings. They are crying for help from us. They are a stark reminder of our duty to strengthen both formal and informal channels of dispute resolution. They are summoning us to action for every one of us gathered here today. It is in appreciation that only a small percentage of Kenyans access justice through formal court system that our Constitution 2010 recognizes and encourages alternative justice systems as part of the multi-door approach to justice. Article 159(2)(c) is very clear on this. And that is where we derived our vision for the judiciary, which emphasizes on the need to decolonize the justice system and make it more inclusive, more participatory, more responsive, and accountable to the people. We are telling the people of Kenya, justice belongs to all of us, and we all have a part to play. It is not the preserve of the judiciary. We have therefore taken a firm policy position as guided by the Constitution that we must embrace and promote AJS as a viable and legitimate option for resolving disputes and enhancing access to justice for all Kenyans. Alternative justice systems are also an innovative and adaptable means that are changing according to the circumstances and the context which they are applied. They can complement and supplement the formal justice system, as you have heard. The court can refer matters. We have other organic methods where a community or a nyumba kumi can decide to have their own ukumbi suite and divert issues for resolving within those alternative forums. They can also foster social cohesion and peace by addressing the root causes of conflicts and restoring relationships among individual communities. We in the judiciary have been talking about prevention is better than cure. So under AJS, we are able to anticipate, just like the medics tell us prevention is better than cure, what it is that we can preempt so that our people do not fall into pitfalls that bring them into conflict, either within themselves or with the law. So by enhancing AJS, we are ushering in a sea of change in pursuit of justice, what is being called here the paradigm shift. The judiciary once viewed as a sole forum for access to justice, now champions the understanding that justice should not be contained within the rigid perimeters of the courtrooms. Justice belongs to our homes, to our communities, to our places of worship. We understand that justice, like water, needs to flow freely and uninhibited, permeating the cracks and crevices of our societies, touching every life that it encounters. This is not merely a functional change, but a spiritual one too. If we have spiritual people, they can say amen to that. We have decided to move alternative dispute resolution mechanisms from the periphery of the center of our justice system. This is not merely a reformation, but a revolution. When I arrived here, the Vice Chancellor told me this is a movement. And indeed, that is what it is, a revolution that speaks of the decolonization and democratization of justice. These are new words that we are learning from hii kisungu mingi ilianza jana. We are looking back to our roots, to our ancestors, to the wise elders that we have been told. Elders include all of us, who solved disputes, not in sterile courtrooms, but under the broad canopies of our ancient trees. Their methods embraced understanding. Their methods also took account of compromise and reconciliation, over anger, punishment, and retaliation. It is for this reason yesterday we launched an electronic register to record all the offenders, sexual offenders, who have been convicted. What we are saying is that we want to know them, isn't it? So that we can restore them back to the community, so that we can rehabilitate them. Because at the end of the day, they are our brothers and sisters, but we must know them by putting a tag on them. Once they reform, we will forgive them, and they will show us they are reformed by their own actions. So we will subject them to these traditional ways that hold value, that we are all members of the same society. We are all children of God, but we need, first of all, to be processed, especially for those cases Professor has spoken about under FAQ number 8. Is it 8? I was listening keenly. Yes. The areas that are a no-go zone for us. This conference must help us reactivate these communal nodes and channels and use them to resolve disputes in our communities. Our vision, which is the collective dream of the judiciary about social transformation through access to justice. What this means is that justice is not just about laws, it's not just about statutes and legal procedures. It's about enabling individuals and communities to realize their own potential, to live in harmony, and to enjoy peaceful coexistence. In our shared quest for justice, we need to tap into the creative wellspring of our culture and traditions. We need to weave the wisdom of our ancestors with the dynamism of the modern legal principles, creating a justice system that is truly and uniquely Kenyan. One that is accessible to all irrespective of their status, wealth, and education. And in this regard, I commit, Professor Justice Joel Ngugi, that I will support you 150% for us to reach those 55 million Kenyans. Because I remember when we were thinking through the stage framework, we were talking of reaching 20 million Kenyans in 3 years. Now you have even increased them, so we will partner and work together with our very good partners here to get to those Kenyans. I had the request that we should release you for 1 year, but he is our academic giant in the court. We pray that you also ask our parliamentarians to open up the law so that we can have more judges in the Court of Appeal, and then we can be able to free Professor to do this work, because he does it very well. So here we are today, and we should not forget who we are and what we represent. We, all of us here, are the torch bearers of justice. We are the keepers of social harmony, and we are the architects of a more equitable Kenya. When we hear people talking about inequalities, poverty, disparities, we should always ask ourselves what we have done to reduce that gap. We must all embrace the dream of working towards the realization of an era where justice is not a privilege, but a fundamental right enjoyed by all. I believe that the various AJS mechanisms that we have been taught in our communities have the potential to transform the way we deliver justice in Kenya, even for us in the courts. They can help us to build a more just and equitable society. They can serve as an engine for driving our dream for having a peaceful coexistence where social relations are nurtured, enabling all of us to thrive and to realize our potential as children of God. AJS mechanisms have the potential to promote social transformation by addressing the root causes of conflict and injustice. For example, AJS can be used to address issues such as land disputes and family disputes. For my life, I can never understand why children can take their mother to court over the estate of their father. Can anyone comprehend or fathom that here? But this is a reality we have, that people cannot sit across the table and agree how to distribute the property that they inherited from their ancestors. So by addressing these issues, AJS can help to build a more just and equitable society, to operationalize the vision of our Constitution and the mandates of the judiciary that we have been given, which we have gone through very carefully. I wish to round some of the achievements so far from AJS. One, the launch of the AJS action plans, which we did in Kajiado and Nakuru counties. These outline the specific activities, responsibilities, and timelines for implementing the policies at the county level. We are moving to the counties. Two, I also want to acknowledge the launch of the AJS suites, the Ukumbi suites in Isiolo, Kajiado, Nakuru, and recently I launched one in Peketoni, which is the model that you are calling autonomous. The people living in Peketoni decided to have their own autonomous suite, which I launched. It provides a physical space for alternative justice actors to conduct their dispute resolution processes in a dignified and conducive environment. These are just some of the milestones that we have achieved under AJS journey of mainstreaming it within our justice system. We still have a long way to go, and we cannot do it alone. We need the support and collaboration of our stakeholders, our partners, including the justice actors, practitioners, judicial officers, judges, academics, policymakers, civil society actors, and most importantly, the people of Kenya. And you have seen the steering committee includes everybody. It's very inclusive. That is why this conference is so important and timely. It provides us with an opportunity to share our experiences, to share our challenges that we come across and find solutions, to share our lessons and best practices on AJS. It also provides us with an opportunity to learn from one another, to learn from our counties across the country and regions, and have successfully implemented alternative justice system in their context. It also provides us with an opportunity to identify the gaps, because we are still learning, opportunities that we have, and priorities for advancing alternative justice system in Kenya. I urge you all to actively participate in this conference and to contribute your ideas, insights, and recommendations on how we can make AJS work for all of us in Kenya. I also urge you to embrace and increase the uptake of AJS in your communities and spheres of influence. I started an AJS in my family. I also urge you to be ambassadors and champions of justice systems in Kenya. My family is big. I come from a polygamous family. We are 18 and 18 times maybe 5 and times another 5. So ours is a big family. It needs an AJS. So let us breathe life into the principles of AJS, lending them the legitimate and credible system that we all deserve. Let us create a justice system that honors the wisdom of the past and meets the demands and rises to the challenges of the future. We must inspire our communities to engage in dialogue, to participate actively in their own governance, to take ownership of their disputes, and to find the solution through understanding and compromise. Only then will we truly democratize justice. Only then will justice be not seen, but also felt by all. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished participants, I implore you today to rally together, united by our shared vision to promote and uptake the legitimacy of AJS in the resolution of disputes. Let us make justice accessible to all of us, for in the realization of this dream lies the fulfillment of our constitutional promise of equality, dignity, and freedom. I thank you all, and may God bless you. May God continue to hover over you and your plans as you promote the work of AJS. And now I declare the second National Conference on AJS formally opened. Thank you very much for listening.
Another round of applause for the Chief Justice. Please let's be seated as I make my final comments in superior Kiswahili. Sasa we say sasa hapo ndio tumefika mwisho wa sherehe za ufunguzi rasmi wa kongamano hili. Niendelee nisiendelee? Thank you very much, Chief Justice, for your comments. I just want to thank the speakers who are here this morning, who've been part of this program that have made it successful. Major John Sei, Asante Sana, Professor Leo Mwendwa, the Vice Chancellor, Christine Guku, representing FIDA, Madam Teresa from IDLO, Charity. You remember the proverb, Tintin Okumidekre, Mr. William Kimanthi, Judge Oscar Ngote, Ambassador Kala, as well as Justice Ngugi, Justice Smokin Wanjala, and finally the Chief Justice. And everybody else who made this successful. Thank you for making my work very easy. I'm being paid by God. Let me invite Jemima to make a few announcements and give us directions the way forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Senior Duncan. And Chief Justice, we want to invite you for a photo with our elders. I'm sure this one will be hanged in your place. We had promised the participants that the beautiful dress or culture will take the photo and hang it in your office. And so with your kind permission, we request that you go outside. We've already organized, and then I'll be calling them to come. We also have our judges here. It's a pleasure that they take a photo with you in their cultural wear. So the whole team here and those who are able sitting in front there will invite you for a photo seated, and then I'll be able to give direction on who will be joining us. Thank you.
Ha ha ha, tumeona mkono wake Bwana. Mengi mazuri tumeyaona, Mungu umetenda, ni kweli umeweza. Umetamka vitu vikawa, neno tunatosha, ukisema umetenda.
Okay, so the first photo is going to be with the dignitaries, the ones who have just walked out. And as they settle, I want to invite our judges to be the next ones to take the photo. So our judges, please, we invite you for a group photo. The rest of us, let's be seated. It will take a very short time if we all cooperate. I know FIDA has done a fantastic job. Can you clap for FIDA, the FIDA team? You look awesome, and I can assure you your photo will be with the Chief Justice. So let's just be settled. As the judges go, the magistrates will follow. So let's give the judges first and then magistrates. Guide them, please. Let's try to... Steve, please. We want to be as fast as possible. Steve, we want to ensure that you are as fast as possible, please. Okay. I want us to be as fast as possible. Next photo is judges are there.
Nimeweka. You are number 3. Yeah, lazima. Lazima.
Okay, so magistrates are next. Yeah. So after the magistrates, committee members, please, let's be organize ourselves outside there. Okay. So committee members, judges, then magistrates, and then we have the committee members.
Relax.
Simwambie leo mnanyamaza kidogo, sawa? Yeah. Okay, magistrates, please. After the photo, you go for your tea. Dennis Osoro, I hope you are there to guide the judges where they're taking their tea. Dennis Osoro. Dennis Osoro, please guide the judges to the tea. Thank you. We have the magistrates next. I expect Maina to be there to guide the magistrates. Maina. Ukiwa na mulika mwizi usiende kupiga huko mbele. Sir, we'll just send you the photos. Okay, the committee members next. After that, feeder team, let's stand up. Feeder team with our orange shukas next. Feeder team, please, let's twenda rakaraka, we are next. After feeder team, anybody who has a Maasai outfit. Maasai outfit. Maasai outfit wako wapi? Tuko. So we start with feeder, then Maasai outfit. Anybody who has a Maasai outfit, you are next. Yes. Shuka, beads, anything. Maasai. Alafu kama umevaa kama mimi. Then we have the Costarians. Why I saw some. Mama wameshaenda. Wameenda wote. Ndio hiyo feeder team. Aya, wale wa kitenge ni wa mwisho. So Maasais are next. So feeder first, then Maasai, please. Let's not confuse the cameras. Tusichanganye colors. Feeder team first. Shiro. Unauliza? Wanaenda chai. Yuko hapo, ameshapiga picha. Amepiga yuko huko mbele. Yeah. Majina yote mazuri ni yako, Eba. Okay, feeder team, let's Gai kwani majina yote mazuri.
I am very, very honored here in absentia and the chief guest of this occasion, Honorable Lady Justice Martha Koome, the chairperson of the National Steering Committee on the Implementation of the AJS, Honorable Justice Professor Joel Ngugi, honorable judges that are present, partners and distinguished guests, all protocols observed. I am honored to join you today for this Kenya conference, the second of its kind. Let me first start by kuomba msamaha kwa sababu mahali nimesimama. As I look at all of you, you look so colorful. And when I came, I don't know whether Prof. Justice Ngugi is present. almost felt like going Justice Mwongo. Nilisikia kama I am in the wrong place. And this is the second time that you've done this to me, Justice Mwongo. Nasikia vile nimejinyonga na tie na suit. I am in the wrong place at the wrong time. But I thank you for the indulgence that I can still proceed. Niongee machache and just say something about the wonderful work that is being done here. So much has already been Supreme Court judge. System cultural values and all values and traditions have reconciled, truly showcases creativity and innovation. Justice Mwongo, you can convey this very interesting picture. The other day we were with very senior professors from Canada, and the professors apparently are the ones that gave us, we borrowed a lot of our education rules from the professors. Talking with these Canadian professors, kitu ya kustajabika kidogo. Said, do you know the rules for mediation? With your tradition that conflict lies at the core of innovation. And in a rapidly changing world, we need to embrace innovation in the realm of justice. Innovation suggests that there is always a better way to do things, And here, that better way is in supply in abundance. It's in supply because every corner that you turn, there are tailored mechanisms for alternative justice intervention, and these address different questions that are experienced in real time, questions of gender, age, class, in their bid to enable us to reach a positive outcome. Fundamental, of course, to how AJS systems work is our constitution and several international instruments that directly or indirectly make the question of access to justice one that is community-driven and community-owned. However, we are aware that in many cases, in several systems, that issues of discrimination may very well require custom-made approaches. I was very happy to hear about what is happening in my own community, the Njorincheke, and the developments that the Chief Justice made mention to. Again, showing that these systems are able to adapt naturally to meet the current trend. One way to measure the success of justice systems in a democratic context is to look at the extent that vulnerable people are included in that justice system. As Martin Luther King Jr. so well put, injustice anywhere is a threat, justice everywhere. And whatever one feels and is affected by that question of justice, indirectly is going to affect every one of us. In an effort to address these obstacles, there is need to adopt perspectives that emphasize the importance of recognizing the power dynamic, even within AJS systems, so that these are shaped to make sure every individual is included. That means looking at processes and looking at the inclusivity within those processes through which justice is sought. Bonavisi, I promised that I was going to be brief because everyone, one way or the other, has spoken something that I had hoped to speak, and I do not want to repeat. Allow me to conclude with my personal reflections of what I have seen both within our country and also in other African countries on this subject, and they were very useful in enabling me to write about the particular paper that I wrote for this esteemed delegation in the conference. The first, I think, is to point out, when we say AJS systems are growing as a pivotal point in allowing us to access justice, I think it's important for us to recognize that the central reason why this happens is they are rooted in culture. And culture is really about the lived experiences of our people. Culture is so powerful that in many areas, I remember I worked in South Africa for a while, and I saw the culture of Ubuntu, that they have been able to spearhead even the birth of entire nations and entire systems where the formal justice system would not be able to do that. And in fact, indeed, when the formal justice system collapses and the courts are not functional or they are unable to resolve problems because of the sheer magnitude in which those problems have occurred, guess what survives? It is our AJS systems. That resilience can be seen very, very clearly in the Gacaca system in Rwanda, where 1 million people were dead and societies, formal justice systems had collapsed, but something had survived to be able to address the acute sense for justice, reconciliation, and restoration. The other very important reflection when I was reading and writing around this subject was recognizing that these systems are self-generated, and anything that is self-generated leads to ownership. And where you have ownership, you are likely to have sustainability. What the people own, the people will maintain, and the people themselves will ensure that it survives different generations. I think many of the systems that we have had from the earlier speakers demonstrate that sense of sustainability. They have survived, notwithstanding the onslaught of colonialism, neo-colonialism, and even many other isms that have existed. Today, that can be seen very, very clearly when you see where the vast majority of Kenyans seek justice and the forums and the platforms that they appeal to. If the idea of democracy is about inclusion, nothing could express this sense of inclusion than where justice systems are run in recognition of the people's culture. And again, this is where alternative justice systems stand head and shoulder above so many other platforms because our people feel that they are included. They are included, and indeed their identity is recognized in the way justice is delivered. The reality of colonialism was not because it was a process, but because it everything our people was labeled as not right. I think I am told stories by my parents, even if you had braids, there were schools they would not allow you in. And if you had, your name was not John or Peter, you didn't have access to so many things. And I'd like to commend the steering committee for AJS, because what you're doing is helping us to restore the most important questions that human beings ask. Who am I? Where do I come from? And where am I going to? I commend them very much because they have provided for us an avenue that ensures our yesterday is a part of our today and is certainly an integral part of our tomorrow. I thank you very much and I salute you immensely. Asante.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mutuma. He's mentioned very important things. One of them is just the idea of cross-pollination of ideas. Canadians came to Kenya, went and adopted our rules. We went there, adopted their improved rules, and so on and so forth. So the point is that sometimes the small things we are doing in this country are actually very fundamental. Coffee board was functioning, and so on and so forth, and went and did much better than us. So this AJS process that we've started, let's not take it lightly. It may just be a major export to the rest of the world. And I think that is the point Dr. is saying. The second one is the question of, and I like your phrase, that these systems are self-generated and therefore command greater ownership kwa jamii, and therefore they are self-sustaining. That's fundamental. So Dr. thank you very much for pointing that out. And as you're speaking, you as academics, as you're concluding about the brutality of colonialism on identity, I'm just wondering what, and this is not for you to answer, but something to explore. We need to revisit Mbiti on African religion, and of course Ngugi on African languages. and see whether some of those early writings have a way of infusing themselves into what we are trying to do. I would like to invite, we have 3 more discussants to discuss the paper. We'll give them about 5 to 7 minutes each because I'm under instruction that we need to conclude this by about 2:20. So I'll start with Dr. Brother Jonas Yawovi, who will talk to us on leveraging Utu culture to build a peaceful and cohesive society. Welcome, Dr. Ari. 5 to 7 minutes, please. Thanks.
Good afternoon. I have a very long paper now. I'm told in 5 to 7 minutes I should be able to say what I want to say. I think I'm tempted to follow the example of Judge Smokey this morning. I think what happened in this kind of conference, and sometimes what you prepare, you are forced not to read it. And that's what I'm going to do. And literally just decided to tell a story instead of reading a paper. And I want to build my story from what Dr. Mutuma said, the focus on the vulnerable population, which I think is at the heart of many of the things that we do. And the access to justice for the vulnerable population is key. I think many people are passionate about that. And she talked about our lost identity. I think that's very interesting for me, that colonialism has kind of ripped us from our identity. So how do we reclaim that identity? How do we reclaim the lost identity in the process of having access to justice and creating a cohesive society? The theme of this conference is about culture and innovation. I think he hinted at that as well, that culture is an important dimension in creating access to justice. That is what I want to talk about, and talking about a specific aspect of culture, which is the Utu culture. How do we leverage on the Utu culture in order to create a peaceful, a cohesive society? And I think we all have heard about the Utu culture, and that has been discussed many times. And he gave the examples of South Africa, how that was very important for them. What I want to mention is that we are not deliberate about going back to the roots, going back to our roots, and seeing what makes us human beings, what makes us people who live in a community together. So the story is based on a case study that we have in the informal settlement in Nairobi, which is a group of students that we train who have come together. They are civic educators, and they have put themselves into a group called Wajibika. And the whole idea is, how do you leverage on the culture that is pure, is really African, and be able to bring community together, heal the wounds, and make people live in a more cohesive communities. You know what happens is when there are conflict, tension, especially when there are elections, people are divided. And that remains, even after the election, people remain divided. Communities continue to see each other as enemies. So what we call regaining the Utu culture is helping people to get to themselves, know what makes a human being. And a human being, the value of a human being is in relation to the people they live with. Okay? So this culture emphasizes primarily that our existence is inherently linked to the well-being of the society and the connectedness we have with each other. So the exercise of this approach is basically helping people to go back and see what makes us to be connected to each other? Where have you lost our connectedness? And how do you do that? You go and help people get to their roots. Say, in our community, what are the things that bring people together? And dig that and use that as a sign of bringing people together. Now, let me wrap up the story. This group of civic educators, civic education is done in a very conventional way. So they decided now, let's do civic education using the culture of Utu. So the first is that they got trained on understanding the culture of Utu, the practice. We had a professor who accompanied them. Every time they have a session, they go to the community to apply whatever they have learned. And basically what does it mean? Is meeting the people in the community and help them go back and discuss the culture of Utu, the symbols that bring people together. And they come back and discuss that. And in the process, what happened is that people start discovering that they belong to each other. I think that was one of the very important findings of this journey. People start appreciating each other, and they say some strong words that people start bringing out is that before belonging to any political party, because in the informal settlement, this is what sometimes divide people. Before belonging to any political party, we belong to the community party. Okay? For me, that was very powerful. And people start to transcend their political affiliation and political. So, what is the model that from this experience of this group? One is getting to know, is training, basically capacity building. I think we have heard again and again the whole idea of training. But training that is linked to the community. So the first phase is the training. The second phase is immersion. What the immersion is now where you get into the community dialogue with the people. Okay, so immersion brings the third thing, which is dialogue. People sit, discuss, retrieve. The dialogue helps to retrieve what is lost, the lost identity. Okay, once that is retrieved, what the fourth pillar of the model is action. Let's do something. Let's rebuild maybe the broken relationships, and let's rebuild what we lost before. And the fifth pillar that emerged from this is what I call celebration. Celebration is where now people come together and say, now we have discovered that we belong to each other, we appreciate each other, and we are people who find meaning in life by being interconnected. So that is how they organize what we call Utu Festival. Utu Festival, which was an amazing celebration of people finding way of being together, of building a cohesive society. I conclude by saying this is a very interesting model. I know this day we have heard a lot about the different models that are emerging. One that has emerged from our alumni, this Wajibika group, is a model that's leveraged on Utu culture that help people now to start digging into their lost identity, discover the power of and build a cohesive society and be able to celebrate our cohesiveness. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sorry for giving you very short time, but this is the beauty of a good mind. You were able to reduce 10 pages in 2 minutes talk, because you wrote the paper, so you know it. So let me invite Dr. John Omwara. John Omwara is, I hope you're still Dean of Moi University Law School. To also speak to us briefly on AJS practice elsewhere, Zambia.
Good afternoon, everyone. Would wish to say that I have no experience of AJS in Zambia, but I want to speak to us on mainstreaming African concepts of justice in the Kenyan judiciary. And I would start by giving an example, two examples. The first example is when I went to high school, I went to Maseno, and during our time, bullying was just coming to an end, but it still existed. And the people who were supposed to anchor us on, or at least protect us from the bullies, were our school captain and the prefects. The name of one of the captain that year was called Buoga Jared. I asked him if I could use this example. He said yes. Buoga Jared. Buoga is Luo for what? Scare. And then our school captain, our dorm captain was called Pius Quach. Quach is who? Is a leopard. So here we are being told that the people we can run to against bullies were Buoga and Quach. Ladies and gentlemen, I have heard the serious eloquence of Justice Ngugi when he told us that though it's called alternative, it's not really alternative because it is the main. I want to ask us to challenge us to rethink that term, alternative. Anytime you hear alternative, that simply means Kizungu. Kizungu, the English itself tells you that I should not focus on this except if I have no option, then alternative. So then I want to ask, even as we think about AJS, and I also want to ask that we think towards ensuring that we don't stop at a policy. If you want to anchor AJS, consider the name and the term AJS, and then let us try to do more than just create it an appendage of the judiciary, because the people who are running it, the brains behind it is within the judiciary. So if you want to create another system, then let us think of something more than that. Then with that, then let me just get to the 3 minutes of the 5 that is left. When you are in court, and probably you are listening to a murder case, and this is what one of the complainant comes and tells you. Mheshimiwa, tumeongea, tumekubaliana, tumesameheana, hivyo singependa kuendelea na kesi. And this is a capital offense case. You are trying murder, and the father of the deceased comes and says, Mheshimiwa, marehemu alikuwa kijana wangu wa kwanza. Alipokufa, aliacha mke na watoto 4. Na ni wachanga sana. Nimesumbuka sana na usafiri wa kufuatilia kesi hii. Kwangu ni mbali. Kupata hata nauli ya kufika hapa ni ngumu. Nilienda nikakutana na huyu mshukiwa. Akaniambia kwamba mtoto wangu ni rafiki yake sana, na yeye haelewi iliyofanyika. Hivyo basi hata na mimi nimemsamehe. Hivyo basi unapoamua kesi hii, tafadhali uamuzi wako uwe ambao utanisaidia mimi na mjane na mayatima ya marehemu. How often do we get to those instances when we very serious things that make sense to our utu wetu, who we are, is you are precluded and you feel like your hand is tied and you cannot do much because there is a script, and the script was given to us by the system that we have, and it's a very jealous system of justice. It knows, it has come up with this is a template. You must fit yourself into it. Whenever you come up with a decision, that decision must meet those within, must be within that straitjacket. What I am asking is that if we allowed ourselves to accept who we are as Africans and our conception of justice, for example, and I think this was told to us a lot here earlier, is that we are not really focused on punishment. Yes, punishment is an aspect of the African justice system, but it's not just that. There is more to it than that. We are seeking to, when you understand concept, the cosmology of the African, and that is if you go to John Mwiti, as you asked us, Professor Mwiti, as you asked us to, we are part of a circle of life. We have the unborn, we have the living dead, we have the ancestors, and then we have the spirits. And all these things, everything that an African does must ensure that we balance. There's a balance between what happens in this system. So that's many things that we do are moved by. Anytime we do anything that disorganizes the balance, then that is where we need the intervention of the law, customary law or otherwise comes in. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to ask us to remember that who we are as Africans and what makes us as Africans is so fundamental that we must accept that. Unfortunately, if you want to ask, what is the concept of justice? And you tell me that, for example, the basis of AJS is Section 1, Article 159 of the Constitution, sub-Article 3. And this is what that article says. It says that traditional African justice systems or traditional justice systems can be applicable except if it is not repugnant to what? To justice and morality. And the question you ask is, whose justice, whose morality? In 1957, at the East African Court of Justice, that question was asked, whose justice, whose morality? And the answer was, it is English justice, it is English morality, because that's what was imposed. Let me ask, how much of that English justice and morality have we let go so that it reflects us? Ladies and gentlemen, if we were to reflect, if we were to be true to ourselves, we could ensure that we mainstream the African justice concept of justice in the judiciary by doing maybe 2 or 3 things. Number one, we can recast the different laws, including the penal code, the criminal laws, and the civil procedure laws, to reflect our customs and our laws and our concepts of reality and concepts of justice, number one. Number two, we could also incorporate African justice systems within the judicial process. Okay, let us have, for example, justice go to the people, so that the courts are not just about buildings that are replenished and people we are alien to them. We don't understand the language they speak. Why can't the court go to the people and do as we used to do? Sit in a round, whatever, and around some fire and dispense justice. The third suggestion that I am making in this paper is that we can incorporate cultural arbiters into the bench. Cultural arbiters into the bench. And then the other thing that we could do also is we could also train judges on the African justice systems and concepts so that they know it's part and parcel of what's happening. And I'm glad Justice Angoche has tried to do this, and we can see things are coming up. And then finally, I also want to ask us to remember what we tried to do with the small claims court. We were tired of the challenges that come, the procedural challenges that come with the normal process. So we came up with the small courts claims. And something that has happened is that judges have gone to the small claims court. We didn't want them there. And we are now coming up with rules of procedure of the small claims court, eventually failing to realize what it is that we set out to do. Ladies and gentlemen, I suggest that if we are to properly realize what we have called AJS, maybe I could call it African justice system. If you are to properly realize it, then we must try to rethink it outside of the judiciary. Probably have a second, even if it means going to the constitution and telling the constitution, say something about this, another system other than the judiciary that deals with us and incorporates our concepts of justice. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. for that. Dr. Jones gave us 5 pillars of. You've given us 4 ways forward, so to speak. And I think the warning on small claims court, I think is important, because it is what is called mission creep, the threat of mission creep. So we need to watch out on that. Justice Mongo did a lot of work on small claims court when we were getting started. So I'm sure you trigger his interest in terms of what's going on there. Let me invite Charles Dinda, attributed the topic to Charles is a senior legal advisor, Institute of Human Rights in Zambia, just to also share with us what the Zambian experience is and lessons that we can learn from there. Charles.
Good afternoon. Thanks a lot, Mr. Moderator, for giving me time to share the Zambian experience on AJS. I want to start on a hard note. I groomed a child, and this child grew up to be a medical doctor. Then to my surprise, one day, he comes to me and says, "What are you doing?" I was plucking leaves from a guava tree because I had a cough. I grew up knowing that if you have a cough, boiling leaves of a guava tree can help. My face, this is dangerous. How do you know the quantities? He begins to talk to me in medical terms. I think this is one challenge, Mr. Moderator, that we have when talking about alternative justice system. Sometimes I think it's mostly those in the elite group that have delayed the development of our alternative justice system. We grew up within this system, but now that we are educated, we think it's not a good system. I think we have to relearn some of the things like the previous speaker has said. I want to share to you a love story between justice institutions in Zambia and traditional justice. It was not an easy thing to do, but through persistence, using different strategies, engagements of individual institutions, finally, the two institutions now can sit on the same table and share ideas. It all started in 2008 when Governance Secretariat wanted an institution to help do a study on situation analysis on access to justice in Zambia. And among the many, many questions that were asked during that study, at the end, we wanted to know where most of the Zambians go when they have legal issues. We wanted to know which institutions are preferred by most of the Zambians. And it turned out that most of the Zambians, including the learned, preferred customary justice. For a simple reason that when you sit at a traditional court, you speak your mother tongue, they are close by, and decisions are made most often the same day, and many, many other advantages that are there. But they also told us that despite all these advantages with the traditional justice, there are challenges which need to be addressed so that the flow of justice can be improved. And of course, some of those challenges that were pointed out included lack of knowledge in terms of written law and also human rights principles, which I think is a very fundamental, and it has been repeated here several times. It has been mentioned by different presenters. But then the question is, if we don't go to train the traditional leaders, who's going to do it? You took 5-7 years to learn the law, the written law. So our traditional leaders will never get to know if we don't go and sit with them and share the concepts of law and also human rights. So what we did as Danish Institute, after that study, we asked ourselves a question: what can be done to improve the operations of traditional leaders, and in particular traditional courts, since they are the most preferred? We had the traditional leaders as the first institution that was preferred most, followed by the police for criminal matters, and then the other institutions like judiciary in general and also others. So first we had to engage the traditional leaders. The traditional leaders were willing to interact with the judiciary and other justice institutions like police, prisons, and others. But then, to our surprise, when we engaged justice institutions, there was a bit of resistance. To an extent where someone from Human Rights Commission would stand up and say, who do you want to train? Traditional leaders. Those are barbaric. They will just use the knowledge to persecute their subjects. But then we asked them a question: who is more barbaric? A traditional leader who just asks for a chicken to help resolve a matter? Or someone who arrests a person just because they suspect they committed a crime and throw them in prison without taking them to court? Who's more barbaric? No one answered that question, I can assure you. So finally we came to terms, and what we have done is to take a human rights approach, train justice institutions on one hand, and also develop specific training for our traditional leaders on the other. After the two groups were trained, we created forums where traditional leaders and justice institutions would interact so that they could ask each other certain questions that they really wanted clarified. And our role was simply to facilitate the process. This project worked wonders because for the first time, the courts opened their doors to traditional leaders. Traditional leaders also started realizing that courts are not an opponent, but a big brother. I'll give you one example. No matter how perfect a decision can be made by traditional leaders, they do not have enforcement mechanism. For example, traditional leaders can sit a family and ask them to share property, like the example which was given this morning. They end there. If one family member is adamant and does not want to follow that decision, traditional leaders will have nothing to do. So at such a point, they will need a big brother, state courts. Because with state courts, once a decision is made, it has to be obeyed, it has to be followed. And I'm happy that you are already way ahead, because I heard this morning that our judiciary here have actually already started, I would say, upholding some of the decisions that are made by traditional justice system. That's how it should be. Of course, save situations where there is biasness or one party was not fairly treated. This is one of the things we've been trying to push towards as Danish Institute in Zambia, and I think we are getting somewhere. So the first pilot we did between 2011 to 2014 was very successful, because even at community level, we came up with, through the traditional leaders, we came up with what were referred to as community justice boards, where traditional leaders, if there's a police post in the community, a police officer would come and sit, and the other institutions, government institutions in that community, they will come and sit and look at issues of access to justice. This has continued happening. Then by 2014, when the pilot came to an end, we had a national conference for all the chiefs in Zambia. We presented the model to them, and all of them loved the model and wanted it extended. Unfortunately, being a pilot, funding was only coming from the Danish Institute, so we couldn't get funding to roll out the program. However, fortunately, since 2016, the European Union in Zambia and also GIZ came on board. So we are now in the process of rolling out this program to, the pilot only covered 2 provinces, but now we are rolling out the project to 5 more provinces. And in each of these provinces, we are going to conduct trainings for the judiciary. There will be trainings for traditional leaders, and then our partners, CSOs, are going to help us conduct training for paralegals who are going to be managing legal desks at community level. most of the times, most community members really don't want to go to court. Sometimes they just need information. So paralegals would help provide this kind of information that community members need. So at the moment, I would say there's a lot that is happening, and listening to all the presentations from morning up to now, and also the speeches, I think as Danish Institute, together with our project in Zambia, we have a lot to learn from here. I'll share all the concepts and the strategies that I've learned from here with our colleagues. And wherever we feel we will need support, I already know where to go. We'll come back here, Dr. Kot. We'll definitely come back to you. So in a nutshell, I want to say that I think this kind of project has actually delayed. We should have started doing this 20 years ago. Most of our people, whether we like it or not, they are still living under customary justice. Very few people live under the written law. Actually, even us as lawyers, as judges, the first thing we do in the morning when we wake up, we think in customary law first, before we organize our mind to think of the different disciplines that we have been trained in. I want to thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Charles, for the Zambian experience that you've shared. We really appreciate it. I think we also have a lot to learn from you. So Dr. Koth also knows where to go if he wants to upgrade the AJS here. Now, we've been doing the listening since morning. I think it is time to also hear from the audience what their thoughts are. So we'll take one round of questions and comments to the panel, and then they'll respond, and then we close at that point. We'll overshoot our time by a couple of minutes, but I think that's within the margin of error. So let's take questions, comments, inquiries. Who is helping with the mic? Let's see the hands up. I know it's been a hell of a lot. Please. Let's see how many hands are up. Maswali, Makomenti.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. My name is John Onyego. I am IC. And I do mediation. My question is, people have lost trust in the courts. And the same people may be losing trust in the cultural leaders who are going to handle the alternative justice system. Can judiciary make arrangements to train those ones who are going to handle this one before they go to the people? If they go and mess up, demand bribes, become the boat sim, using the boat sim and the rest, then it will kill the system. Thank you very much.
Asante, Asante. Next. And we can use any language. We'll translate.
Thank you. I'm called Apollo Buana. Apollo Buana is Chief Elder at Low Council of Elders from Homa Bay County. Comment, Nico Nayo, a comment, is first of all what has been realized. The greater thing which I've seen and has been disturbing me more is whether alternative or the right one. I get it, and I think I have to commend this conference for realizing that it was before and it has been existing from Zambia is over 70%. Thank you for that. Again, I want to say that if we go this way, we'll have a lot of dispute resolution farmed. And as my elder has just said, is my senior, Doa Maluo, is that we have to look at what the Maasais did. I was sharing with the Maasais that how does the traditional justice system is affirmed from the grounds of believing that once an elder talks, that is it. And then what is the side of integrity? How do we sieve to get the right elder to sit in that bench as we welcome the younger generation to sit with us? So the sieving system, as we are discussing AJS, has to be seen so that the element of corruption which has just been said is also seen. What is your track of family as the track of family which has those other. I just want to simply welcome. We do a lot of mediation in the lowland. I'm the chair. But we have the challenges. I've seen the aspect of enforcement is a very shortfall in our cases. And I want to thank that it has been realized here. Kwa hivyo, kwa ujumla ningependa kusema endeleeni, hii ndio njia ili tuwasaidie watu wetu ambao wanasuffer. There are so many vulnerable there. Ambaye hata 50 shillings ya kufika police station. And then the fear of facing the police and court is also making them suffer down on the ground. Thank you very much. Thank you.
There is a lady, okay. So now that the mic is here, then we'll come that way.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Judith, a paralegal officer from yangu ni kushukuru. Ni moja. Online. Justice. Juu ya nakuta ameweka wa anaongea na ule mwingine, anamuuliza mumeongeaji, ndio huyo anamwambia tuliongea online. Unakuta kesi imekaa popote. Sasa ameingia kweli, hiyo maskini ataweza
Thank you. There is a lady at the back. This side. To you.
My name is Mary Shimeni. I'm a human rights defender. My question is, we are talking of the present and the coming, forgetting the injustices caused in the past. We have people in prison who might have been in prison through mistaken identity, or the complainant feels it was maybe and to me what we call witnesses that what nawaita wa kununuliwa, then ameweka mtu kwa chela. Happened to prisons with my members of the organization counseling prisoners. How can we address such if the two parties feel it was unfair and they would wish a conciliation, but the court of law has already made a decision? How can we approach such a case?
The gentleman next to her, yes, the inner Kofia.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. A community paralegal from Kisumu County and a member of CUC Maseno. My is that to remind us that in the community we have that we have administrators in terms of chiefs and assistant chiefs who are not doing well to our indigent persons in the communities in terms of doing introductory letters of administration where all are not incorporated, just to start with. I have a case where I need intervention in terms of AJS, where a widow incorporated the introductory letters, but almost 7 years down the line, succession seems to have been done, and the case is in court. The court is almost issuing execution orders to evict her while she was never incorporated. So looking at the case that just came to me last week, I don't know where we engage AJS in that case, because by and large we've just noticed that most of these cases that warrant AJS, they are land issues. So I don't know at what point of time will I employ AJS or incorporate elders to employ AJS so that that particular widow or the others that have not come into picture get justice. Thank you very much.
And on that question, I know FIDA is here and National Legal Aid Board. Yeah, let's go balance the room a little. Here, okay, there is Mzee here, yes, and then we come.
Thank you. I come from Kisumu County. I'm the Secretary of Council of Elders. Well, I'm also a court mediator. I have a problem, and sometimes I'm also a lecturer at the university. If somebody like me can take time to be accredited as a mediator, how long will it take somebody who can mediate outside the court? But with the forms, when you fill the form to be accredited, it is highly tedious for those who did not go further with the readings. I appeal to your officers to make sure that we can do it. Sometimes you can get an old man who can do it better than me, despite the fact that I have better education. So I request that you lower the criteria so that some of the elders, Mama, Baba, who can do it, can also be part of the court annex mediation. Another thing is about the online, my sister said, dealing with cases where I find letters been given to the advocate, and he knows that the case has been referred to a court mediator, but he still sticks with the party, and he tells the party, don't give the mediator your phone number. So instead of me dealing with a party, I'm dealing with an advocate. So sometimes we brush shoulders because it is difficult to deal with an advocate directly. It is now mediator and party, but the advocates decided to play offside positions. Okay, lastly, I say, that I go back to what I said, that in my school days in early 60s, as a young primary child, I read a book which I found that even the animals were doing AJS. There was a book in Luo where the animals sat and thought of how to tame the king of the forest, the lion. They should go an idea. Let us sit and decide on what to do to this king. They managed the king by stealing the honey from the bees, and when the king was tired, they smeared water juu yake. When the bees came, they stung the animal so that the next round, the animal, oh, that one is now the lion, because the voice changed. If the animal, I still go back, you lower down the standards of accepting our to court annex mediation. Thank you.
I hope Justice Ngugi will respond to that, or members of the steering committee. Yes. How did I know? No, we were in the same.
Yes, thank you very much. My brother here. Naitwa Orison Chaponda, natoka Malawi. I have followed with very good interest, keen interest, the discussions. Thank you, brother. And my brother doctor from the Nairobi School of Law. I think you are very clear that the access alternative justice system requires decolonization of the mind and practices. But you have also articulated properly that we need to celebrate what has now been thrown out as archaic or obsolete, and yet it's what the majority are using today. The question that comes to mind is, how do we do that today? Because we are operating within a certain system that is legitimatized and accepted, because we have all switched off to that new system, the formal justice system. My recommendation still comes again. We need to find more opportunities for celebrating the alternative justice system as being practiced in different communities, celebrating the practitioners and recognizing them more publicly, so that they become the new norm other than an added appendage to the discourse and narrative. How could we start? Maybe we could also foresee a situation where we can have a day where we commemorate those practitioners and their experiences and their narratives, so that it can become the new story. Secondly, maybe we need to start thinking of, I wish to congratulate the Chief Justice for enrolling with Tangazo, but also asking that there should be a tertiary course. Good, but not good enough. The majority are outside Tangazo. The majority are in the communities. What about the chiefs' barazas? Could they not be centers where we can also pass on messages of so that they are more popularized? Primary schools, don't we have social studies, other ways of imparting knowledge at the youngest ages of our new generation, so that they appreciate that alternative justice, though currently despised, is being used by the majority, and it is the fountain from which many others have come to base their way of operating. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's have the last one. The gentleman at the back. Now I need to do my juju. Let's give the lady.
My name is Peter Wasike.
Yes.
I'm a magistrate and also a Somali elder. I'm also the CUC chair for Mandera County. Mandera County is very diverse and very interesting. I've worked there for almost 4 years now, and we are trying to roll out the AJS formally. And the good news I have is that actually they have an enforcement mechanism. So at the appropriate forum, we'll share those ideas on how they do enforce their decisions. And it works.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Yes, we only have one mic. The lady in green, and then the gentleman sitting right in front of her. That will be the last, and then we'll have the final word from the panel, and also give Maureen a chance to speak.
My name is Betty Hamoud. I'm a community paralegal and an AJS or champion. My question, I have not had it come very clear on how we need to operate the AJS in our informal settlements. Bearing in mind that when we're talking about the traditional groups, I know there are informal ways of sorting out justice, but when it comes to the informal settlements, it becomes very complex. So I would want us to be told if there's any research that has been done and how it needs to be done better.
Yeah, I'm sure Steve Ouma will speak to that.
Kwa majina naitwa James Korbai. Mimi ni secretary wa segment ya section yetu kutoka Kajiado. Mimi na pia ni traditional aid group chief. Swali langu ni kwamba kulingana na kwamba hii mambo ya kuja kwa AJS ni voluntary, kwamba mtu alazimishi, mtu anakuja kwa, na pia tunasema justice delayed is justice denied. labda kati ya hao watu wawili ambayo mlalamishi na mlalamikiwa ni kwamba mlalamishi ndio labda mwenye kusema haki na yule mlalamikiwa ndio anajua kwamba hana haki, lakini yeye hataki kuja katika AJS, maanake katika ground anajulikana, yeye anajulikana na hii maneno inajulikana, lakini ili apate kumsumbua labda yule ambaye mlalamishi, na labda hata yule mlalamishi hana uwezo, ataenda kotini ama atakataa kuja. Sasa hapo sijui mtaweza saidia namna gani, manake yule mtu ambaye labda hangestahili kuumia kwa sababu ya yule ambayo labda yeye hana haki. Asante.
Thank you very much. Time is not on our side. We have to close this session, go for lunch, and then we have the cultural extravaganza. You can hear the noises. I would request the planners, the conference hosts, if we can create 1 hour tomorrow of open plenary like this, so that these questions can be asked, they can be responded to. It's rare to meet like this, so let's try and create 1 hour tomorrow so that we can continue with this conversation. Sawa? Because I can see people really have hot questions and they are relevant and we don't need to rush them. Sawa sawa? Okay. I'll go back to the panel. I'll start with Daktari here in the order in which they spoke, and then Maureen will have the last word.
Thank you very much. I think many of them were comments, and they were taken with very, very good reception because they were comments. Bwana John Nyego talked about trust, problem of compromise when you are sitting as someone listening in an adjudicating platform. I agree this is a problem that has to be solved, and what is very interesting is sometimes trust is not acquired by training, even though training can be very useful in building competency, but ethics and integrity is something. If I connect very well with what my elder Apollo was saying, communities knew that integrity. And if we can step back and trust the process, as they say, for those communities, bring us, the people, wacha nitumie kizungu ingine hapa, social capital. They are accepted, recognized, and believed in on the grassroots. That will deal with a lot of the problems that we were hearing, where you need a sieving system, because huku Kenya tunasema vitu kwa ground ni different. Na tena our brothers and sisters from West wanasema vitu vichangeanga. So we need to keep up with what is happening on the ground. Dadangu Julie, nimesikia lalamiko lako and empathize. Hii mambo ya online imesumbua watu wengi sana. I don't know whether judge and some of the people that are present here unasikia how people are left with serious problems. I think that underlies why AJS is very important, because it is inclusive and it communicates with us as people. So sijui mahali hii mambo sasa itatuacha when we start talking about online. I hope we are not adopting another system that will leave even more Kenyans behind and estranged. And then I think the last question, Jemima, I don't know whether Jemima is there on the question of succession. I was looking at Jemima. My brother Duncan, Jemima told me a story some time back. And she was saying, maybe this does not directly answer the problems of succession and inclusion. Lakini alinieleza mjane yule ameolewa in the traditional system might sit with a better title than someone carrying a marriage certificate. Is that true? Wapi Jemima ndio aliniambia hiyo hadithi. That someone who is locally integrated by traditional systems will be defended by the people more than you who has gone to the community with your paper from the marriage register. Maybe there is something there that is telling us what we need to do when it comes to succession, marriage succession. The last one, I think, is coming from my brother from Malawi. I endorse everything you have said. I think one of the biggest challenges that the Eurocentric system has done, to not just to our younger generation, is create a sense of shame in our personal identity. And we need to find a way to connect with them. I teach at the university, and I was asking them that if would they use AJS systems to solve their problems. And my data was from the students was negative. I asked them why. If you say they are so good, na unajua sasa huko university you are dealing with people na hizi brands Nike. You know those people, eh? So tunawaelewa. Sometimes hiyo mambo ya global warming, nguo inaendelea kupungua. Mnajua hiyo nini? So we have a problem of making sure that we give them a sense of pride about who they are, where they come from, and where they are going. And the last comment, Betty, about formal settlements. I think culture, when we hear culture, sana sana tunafikiria mila, traditions. But culture is a very organic concept. And including in our informal settlements, there is a culture that has taken the center stage. I think the steering committee did a good job by articulating that. And when we were having the 2007-2008 post-election violence, that is when you saw that culture kicking into operation. Because if you were passing some of those informal settlements, you found ad hoc systems of justice have come up where the formal system of justice is not trusted. So we need to support what is happening and including the pace in which it is happening. I don't know whether the young people are here. Nasikia siku hizi kuna lugha ingine sio sheng. Inaitwaje hiyo lugha? We have them here. So we need to keep up with those informal statements are moving. Asanteni sana. Back to you, Duncan.
Okay. We are under enormous pressure. I think we just let you not respond now. Call Maureen to say a word, a minute or so, and then we wrap up.
Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, my name's Mariam, not Maureen. Mariam Omaj. I'm from Kisumu County. I'll just be very brief. I don't want to take so much of your time. People have so many questions, and we have repeatedly said them over and over again. I thank you, Daktari, for coming to Kisumu and teaching us more about AJS. Okay, on the part of the elders, I think we should who socialize and relate with the community so well, such that when we have problems, they are there to help us solve them. And the elders should have good reputation with the people. They should be definitely wise, have knowledge, and they should also know the area coverage of where these people are. And most importantly, the elders are supposed to be very, very accessible. They should be reached when there is a case which is supposed to be taken over on. Then we should have sources of adjudicating cases. We should draw principles, and we should also amend guidelines for the members who will be participating in taking care of these cases. This will ease everything that is supposed to be done in place. Then we should know how to deal with instances of mixed culture. Every culture has got all the ways that it does its things. We should respect and incorporate with the cultures that we have, because maybe when there is a case, it also takes place in terms of religion. We should not take advantage of the religion. We should also have methods which help us enforce in determining what we do. When we want to have a case, we should know how to plan on the case, on how to determine how it is going to take place. We should have teamwork. We should have objectives. Like now, the piloting places, the Isiolo and Nakuru. For people like us who are in Kisumu, we should benchmark on it. We should also have visions when doing the same. We should be focused. We should be transparent. All these qualities will help us in solving the cases, topped up with discipline. I think this will help us in doing it much better. And then for ensuring there is protection in the rights of the minorities, which are the women and the children, we should also have inclusivity. Remember, we should also involve the PWDs. I have not heard about the PWDs session being mentioned, and they should also be involved in such. I think that is enough for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Miriam. Please let us give a round of applause to our panel, Dr. Jonas, Dr. Mwara, Miriam, Dr. Mtuma, and Charles. Thank you very much for your participation. I hope you'll all be here tomorrow when you have the open plenary. Sasa haya maswali yote ambayo yameulizwa hapa, kesho lazima zijibiwe. Na zingine ambazo hazija what do you say? Okay, that one. So we continue with the conversation. The organizers have agreed to create that 1 hour so that we continue with this mjadala. So thank you very much, the panel. Let me invite Justice Ngugi to give us directions going forward the afternoon and tomorrow as well. Thanks, bro.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Mnasikia njaa ama mnahisi njaa? Saa ya kwenda kule imefika eh? Na waomba tukubaliane kitu kimoja kabla tuondoke. Kesho litangazwa kwamba ni public holiday. Sijui kama mlisikia? Au kumbe nyinyi wote mnaangaliaga magazeti? Nilikuwa na hope hamkuona. Kumbe mliona. Sasa nilikuwa naomba tukubaliane vile tutakavyofanya kesho. Kwa sababu conference tulikuwa tumepanga ya siku 3. Si ndivyo? Si kila mtu alikuwa amejitayarisha kuja siku 3. Na wadhamini wetu wanajua conference siku ngapi? 3, si ndio? Na kwa hivyo imelipiwa siku 3. Hapa conference. Chakula imelipiwa siku 3. Kuna wengine wametoka mbali wamelipiwa hoteli siku 3. Na wengine hata walisha ya juu. Sasa itabidi na nawaomba tu kwa heshima kesho tuje kwa muda mfupi, kwa sababu ni public holiday, tufanye half day, si ndio? Tuje tutaifupisha ratiba, tuje asubuhi, si ndio? Tuanze 8. Tuanze 8, ikifika 12:30 tuwe tunawatuma lunch na kwenda nyumbani, si ndio? Asantini. Oh, that was much easier than I thought. Nimefurahi sana. Yes, uliza swali. Sasa ningeomba Waislamu tukianza saa 2 tutawaruhusu watoke wakati watahitaji kwenda kuswali ama hotuba. Ni sawa? Lakini tuanze na wao saa 2, at least wawe wamesign, tuanzie pamoja, at least wa benefit 1 hour, alafu tutawaruhusu. Sivyo ni sawa? Sio take care of everybody. Asanteni. Nyinyi ni wangwana sana. Hii AJS hata naona bungeni tutapeleka AJS. Sasa ningependa tu kuita sijui kama mmepita pale kwa hema. Mmeona kuna hema tofauti. Kati ya hema moja ambayo wengi wenu nimeona mnaihepa sana ni hema ya health, ya mambo ya health. Mmeiona? Inaitwa Pathcare. Na pia wako na ambulance hapa, lakini tulikuwa tunaomba, unajua unalete lakini naomba Mungu isihitajike, si ndio? Kwa maombi yetu yamefika, haijahitajika, lakini kuna yale machache wangependa kuambia what they have on offer, na nyingi ni za bure for 2 minutes, alafu niwakubalishe twende lunch na niwapatie ratiba ya afternoon. Hiyo ni sawa? Just 2 minutes, Sylvia from Pathcare. Walikubali kutuletea ambulance bure. Unajua sisi niliwaambia steering committee hatuna budget Kwa hivyo kila kitu huwa tunaomba. Including their first aid services. So, thank you. You can talk for 2 minutes, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Sylvia from Pathcare. We are partnership with Liaison Insurance. Pathcare is a lab, international lab. We do most of the tests here with affordable price. I'm seeing other people, I saw them in Mombasa, and I'm very glad. I hope you receive your results. You can come there and we give you the results. So today, we don't have much to say. I will just like to tell our doctor to tell you the benefit of whatever we are doing, the test we are doing, and we are under liaison of ISAID. So I request you, team, to come there. We are doing 7 tests at affordable price. If you come to Pathcare, you will do it at 7,500. If you come here, we do them with 4,500 under your insurance. Thank you.
Thank you very much, my colleague. Before you is Donald Ogalo, a medical practitioner. Consulting with Pathcare on matters health. So we are here today purposely to advocate for wellness, nutrition, and mental health. So ideally, if you can check back when our immediate former president, Uhuru Kenyatta, attended the UN General Assembly in 2015, they adopted the Sustainable Development Goals, whereby health was given a priority as SDG 3, and ideally there is an indicator of SDG 3 called taking care of the non-communicable diseases. That is why we are here today. Our lifestyle is based on sedentary living, whereby we sit roughly 6 to 8 hours a day, either sleeping or lying without doing any exercise. And I'm very, very sure that our judges, our magistrates, our judicial officers spend their days 8 hours a day, and they don't exercise. Maybe some are. So we're here to remind you that the component NCD is now the lifestyle. And sedentary lifestyle is something that we acquire by ourselves, and they affect our major organs. That is the kidneys, the brain, the liver, the heart, the lungs. So across the we are doing some tests that encompasses around the NCDs and our lifestyle. Our lifestyle, we are checking on issues to do with diabetes, to do with kidney disease, to do with our cholesterol levels, to do with our kidney functions, and issues to do with our uric acid levels. Uric acid levels, we are so much focused on it because of majority of us are consumers or just eat the barbecue. So it's very, very ideal to always check your uric acid levels, because at some point you might experience what we call the gouty arthritis. So, and again, we also do the thyroid function test. Our thyroid gland is the one that is mainly purposed to take care of our body metabolism. So we invite all of you who have the insurance liaison, or those who have other insurances, and even those who have cash, or even those who have questions, to kindly visit our tent just across for more clarification and perhaps consultation on your well-being. Finally, I would say that our nutrition team in liaison with the Neo Nutrition Solutions Limited based in Upper Hill should be here tomorrow morning when everybody is fresh. After taking here, she'll give you a small talk on how you should check on your diet, because diet is one of the causative factors to poor health, and now it causes the NCDs. Finally, we say a healthy mind in a healthy body. So we do justice to people, but we don't do justice to our bodies. So maybe at some point a judge can give some bad ruling, maybe because the mind is not healthy, and maybe because of the body is not healthy. So we really advise that counseling from the medical team is very important. So before you leave today, we urge each and every one of you to pay us a visit. The best, and I want to thank the judiciary for organizing such an event of AJS. Together with the liaison, Pathcare, and Neo Nutrition, we say thank you and God bless.
Thank you. Hakuna Zaburi? Test Zaburi, which ones?
Zico, by the way, sorry, if you want to check your blood sugars, you don't pay. If you want to check your BPs, you don't pay, and your BMI. And just to add, sorry, Justice, the current science, we are moving away from BMI, which all of you know, the body mass index, to determine whether you are obese or overweight, to what we call the weight, the waist circumference to your height. If you know you are healthy, your waist circumference should not be more than a half of your body weight. So if your waist is 30, you should not exceed 60 kgs. Thank you.
Sasa, now we to hear your talk just before you go to lunch, because we don't have a lot of food. Anyway, asante sana Pathcare. Tomorrow we'll give the nutritionist, when you are fresh, just 7 minutes to talk a little bit about that. But for now, mmesikia kuna test za bure kama ya diabetes na ya blood sugar na blood pressure. You can take them there. They are free. You don't need insurance. You don't need any money. Sasa naomba hivi. This afternoon, we have the most exciting part of the program. Okay? Do you have the small program for the afternoon? We have presentations from different communities. Then we have the pageant. Okay? We are going to crown Mr. and Miss AJS Youth today. And if the spirit touches us, we might also crown Mr. and Mrs. for those who are above 40. Or should I say 60? Right? pia tunaweza kuwajumuisha pia, alafu tuchague. So it's going to be a very, very exciting afternoon. We have a cultural extravaganza, we have dances, we have skits, and then we have the pageant. You don't want to miss it, and we want to spend as much time on that as possible. So here's the idea. We go to what we call mainstream lunch. Sasa hii lunch tunaenda ni ile kama ya judiciary, ile formal judiciary. Sawa? And then after lunch, we are going to have alternative lunch. The AJS of food. Okay? Kwa zile tents. Okay? So, we just want you to go and eat today very quickly. Leo hata umeombwa tafadhali usishibe uko kwa mainstream lunch. Okay, hii wali mwakimu kula kidogo tu. Kwa sababu pale kwa tents kuna chakula cha kutosha. Mliambiwa kuna za Kimasai, kuna za Kimeru, kuna mashakura ya Kikuyu, kuna ya Waluo, kuna ya Waluya, kuna chakula za aina tofauti na ni chakula kingi. Kinapatikana pale kwa tents. Kwa hivyo twende tu kwa lunch, alafu turejee hapa. Timona yuko hapa? Turejee hapa before we go to the traditional foods. Ama wafanye zote pamoja? Twende mainstream food. Kama leo hata ujisikii kwenda mainstream food, wanaweza enda straight kwa alternative. Haya ni multi-door approach to food. Haya. Multi-door approach. Kwa hivyo kama leo ujisikii kula ile mainstream food, unaweza enda straight kwa tent. Kama unajisikia kuanzia kwa mainstream, unaweza enda kwa mainstream. Mali tu ulikula jana, uende kwanza, unachanganye zote. Sawa sawa? Alafu nawaomba turudi hapa at 3:45. 3:45. Uende tu uchukue chakula ukule haraka, turudi 3:45 kwa sababu it's a fun afternoon. There are no talks, there is no lecture. It is just coming. And then tomorrow we will continue with the conversation we started this morning, including answering the questions that have been asked. Sawa sawa. 3:45, let's be back here. Let's get food from wherever we want, then we come back here. Asanteni sana. See you at 3:45.
Judge, can we get you in a
Thank you so much, Uganda. Thank you. Once again, let's appreciate Uganda.
Ai, umenidanganya. Mimi sikusamehe.
Nimedu?
Uliniambia inaanza na U.
Si ni Uganda.
Hakuna.
Kuna country nyingine inaanza na U in East Africa.
Utafanya hata nilie.
Enda ulie huko.
Haya, sawa sawa, lakini sasa turudi home.
Yeah, turudi home.
Uko kwa mayu, uko U.
Sawa.
Lakini hapa home tuko na ile community tu moja. Ukiona hivi unasikia kuruka. Mimi najua kuruka, ama ndo watanifunza.
Watakufunza.
Situ, let's welcome the Ma community, tuwapigie makofi
from
tafadhali.
Kenya.
Chungini madarabando ye Tubadina jongongo anja Anda subal ginyando tu Langa ba marara gandai Nungu sama ise yel gereban Tubadi madaranya gandai Kai bodulu tunjelare Andenya go maise yosungolyo Madire do yalamrani Almari da do emishe Anda sual maomberia Algisha mutu mongangide Inada giri nyogininda Yasabai tungurul marai Eyomboro kundamanya ide Adama ngoje tamangama Namaral gisha mongayanje Iningoma terabal meran Algariala ngario musiki Tanga saroro gila marti Amanyandu nyane bargajo Arara kage ulisano Amanyamuru ayangala yai Yunglo muru ayamashini Arara kage urosila
On the beats. Mission Records.
Saya
Suva, Avera Rogin and I, Nagavana Vandoya, Sudain of Maraval, Ayala Leya, Lalaya, Leya, Laveniana Suva, Avera Rogin and I, Nemirobu Suri, Neme Wadrayo, Amuge Baganyage, Nevonurangorona, Narosho Mari Rande. Lord and Relo, Lord and Relo, Loriamo Rango Senja, Anagiago Senja, Virolo Duanigero, Ayala Leyo, Ala Leyo, Yele, Narubu Shavalumia, Neganga Yenya, Nenagilari.
Where there has been the program of AJS, if you give editions. This is the second editions. The first edition was there last year. Yesterday we had Kajedo, who how they are justice solution in Kajedo. Justice Professor Joel Ngugi Bill, and I wish to request him so that he may just give us some highlight about AJS. What is AJS and what is your resolutions or going forward? What do you see is
thank you. So as you've heard, my name is Joel Ngugi. I serve as the National Chair of the Steering Committee for the implementation of the AJS policy. The AJS policy is a judiciary policy that was launched by the judiciary in 2020. The aim is to mainstream alternative justice systems as part of our justice systems in Kenya, as it is permitted by the Constitution. So my committee is to figure out ways we can meaningfully and fruitfully bring alternative justice systems and mainstream them into the work that the judiciary does. We are here for the second iteration of the national conference. We had our first one and we have our second here. In this conference, we bring all on AJS. Practitioners of AJS, we bring judges and magistrates, we bring together justice leaders, we bring together development partners and funders, we bring academics and so forth. It's to discuss the progress we are making in implementing alternative justice systems, which is mandated by the Constitution, Article 159(2)(c). So, research shows that up to about 90% of all cases are determined through systems. However, for the longest time, we've not been able to these systems is to part of the judiciary. We've not recognized them officially, and we've not them process. So this alternative justice systems policy tries to do, and that is part of what my committee is trying to do. From this, get different perspectives from the justice actors about how we can do this, what the challenges are, how we can meet those challenges, so that at the end of the day, we would like all Kenyans, the alternative justice system policy, acceptable to resolve their cases through the alternative elders and practitioners of alternative justice system, so that they can follow the Constitution, they know what the Constitution means, so that we do not
Yes, Justice, you've just said that of cases are resolved in the AJS.
Yes.
So, of judiciary system.
The future of the formal court system, I would say, is bright, because that will have a few backlogs. If you look at the justice system, we have a backlog of about 658,000 cases that will take about 3 years to clear. If more and more people go to AJS for their cases to be resolved, then what it will mean is that this backlog will dissipate. If we don't have backlog, it means that cases will be resolved in a timely manner, so that there will be no denial of justice. Delayed is justice delayed. So if we can achieve to actually get cases that should be in the AJS system referred to AJS, then what we'll have is we'll just have enough number of cases so that they are done within the time that is required. The time that is required to do cases ideally should be 1 year. A case that is filed in January should have been concluded by December. So if we get the wazes doing the cases that they should be doing, then we will see a reduction in backlog and a reduction in case delay, so that cases can be finished in a year.
An example, yesterday when Isiolo was speaking, she said that they are not allowed with the cases dealing with the defilement or rape cases. Why is it with such cases?
Because the Constitution allows AJS to be used except for a certain number of cases. There is a test the jurisdiction, and that test we call it the agency theory. But what that essentially means is that cases party cannot consent forum. Those are cases that must be heard in court. So cases involving children and defilement are cases involving children. Those that must be heard in court. So defilement is one of those cases that must not be heard by AJS. But a lot of other criminal cases can be heard through AJS system.
Then one question. You are a judge of the Court of Appeal in Kisumu. So what challenge maybe do you face? Or for example, in Kisumu, face in connection with the AJS or the elders, the Antiluo elders, and with the Court of Appeal?
Well, I would say not just for the Court of Appeal in Kisumu, but generally, I would say the challenge that we face is one of capacity building. We just need to train our elders about what AJS means in the modern times, because what when we talk about AJS, we're talking about culture in the past. We're not talking about applications of 60s or 1950s. When we talk about AJS now, we're talking about culture today. We're talking about AJS today as governed by the Constitution. So a lot of our leaders will need some minimum training in the constitutional minimums so that they don't violate the Constitution as they apply AJS. So that is where the need is. It's in capacity building. And that is why the most important work we do with the hearing committee is to increase the capacity of all the stakeholders, from judges to the elders.
Thank you, Chief, not Chief, but just Professor. Maybe, yeah, maybe that title might come. Thank you so much. Justice Professor Joel Ngugi, Judge of Appeal, Court in Kisumu. So our viewer, we thank you for being with us since yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Though tomorrow will be holiday, they have announced that they will be here for half a day. They will start from 8 a.m. and end at around 12:30 noon. We thank you. We appreciate you. You have been of great support to us. We are here because of you. Thank you so much. And to our Muslim brothers and sisters, happy Eid al-Adha.